работаем. toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my fucking god! Not like this. Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, corner with it. Goes down to the knife and then tackles. Three teams now remain. 1 day's worth of action still left to get our way through. Potential of 10 maps worth of entertainment just for you guys right here live on the Hunt Premier channel. Partnered up again with Battlestate Games to bring you the pinnacle of European Escape from Tarkov competitive arena. My name is Cracked Wisdom, sat in the booth here again for the final day, finals day, to crown our Pinnacle champion alongside the man, the myth, and the most youthful-looking man in the window of the casting booth. That's right, it's Mr. Bepic. How are we doing today? Did you enjoy yesterday's action? And, sir, tell me, who have you got your eyes on for the prize at the top of the tournament?
I'm pleased for so many reasons today, Cracked. First of all, that clip of Connor getting knifed in the Hunt premiere trailer always puts a smile on my face. It's a beautiful way to start off the day. Second, yesterday's action was fantastic. It was all sweeps, so we had the minimum amount of maps yesterday, but we had some entertaining sweeps, starting off with an overtime on Bay 5 between the Spartans and K3. I was really excited to see the Spartans emerge as that fourth best team, because that's kind of an accolade in European arena. It's in itself. I mean, the big three, we know the big three, but it's that fourth place team that's always kind of up in the air. And so yesterday, I think that was my championship. But today, obviously, we have the championship. And I think obviously all eyes should be on Pandaric Apex, who have quashed any coup attempts in Europe to displace them from that #1 position, and we'll get to watch this first best of 5 between Outcast and Sicario to see who gets the shot at the Kings right now.
You've hit the nail on the head. We start off with a closer. That's right. It might just be a little bit of a metaphor for the theory of action that's about to take place on your screen, but it is the truth. Sicario, they weren't able to play spoiler. Okay, last weekend they did have an effort of being able to try and take that first step into the grand final, that first spot for themselves, but no, it was not to happen. They were denied access comfortably by the Pandas, which brings them to this head-to-head here. We have Sicario taking on the Outcast.EPA squad for the final spot in the grand final. Now, it's no longer a chance to be the first team sat up there to set the bar. No, this is simply to reach the bar. This is to make it to the final that you already failed to get to once over. Kiyoshima, Luki, Goes, Zaki, and the Sicario's strength are going to have to push through this Outcast defiance from the likes of Fox, the likes of Walker, the likes of Blitzogirl that have been playing out of their skin so far. For me personally, all eyes are going to be on Furlex and how he turns up in the map. And first map today for Sicarios to really how strong they're going to look. On the flip side of the bargain, it's going to be King Kana, the return of the king, that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on, as he played well yesterday. And after a conversation off screen, he was done a little dirty, shall we say, in one instance where Kana saw a different perspective than what we saw on screen, where he was stood less than 2 foot away from an enemy, not a teammate, and seemed to have a cup of tea instead of trading bullets. So either or, it isn't always what it seems inside of the game of Tarkov, but I will be looking at that composure today to make the difference. We've also got maps to talk about, Bepic, and that's just another piece of the puzzle.
Yes, no bans here. Just straight up all 5 of the maps in the competitive pool right now. And Sicario, to I think no one's surprise, has elected to play Bay 5 first. I was looking through as many different tournament histories as I could to see the last time Sicario actually lost an officially completely played out Bay 5 match. to a non-CIS team, and I couldn't find an example. They have beaten European teams on Bay 5, it feels like the entire year now. So they won the coin toss to pick map 1 and chose Bay 5, which is not a shocker at all. If the Outcasts can beat them on Bay 5, I think that would be a significant upset to start the day off, because then we move into a strength of the Outcasts in Fort, and we got to watch them play Fort. Actually, you really got to watch them, Cracked, as that was last weekend, I believe. These two played Fort, and it was a 9-7 start.
We had a busy weekend last weekend where we spent the majority of our time across Fort and Skybridge. Literally just Fort and Skybridge. It was Fort or it was Skybridge, and no changes from there. The one thing that did actually appease us a little bit was a little bit of all action dropped here and there just to help us out. But that's actually going to be the last on the table should we get down to the full 5. Interesting that we take ourselves Bay 5, Fort, Skybridge. Then we rock into the Iceberg, with Ball being this kind of full circle scenario now, where we've got one of the oldest maps in the game, one of the newer maps. We've got to settle in for the middle ground. It feels very 50-50 in Skybridge. Then we go to, again, one of the brand new maps to finish off with that all-important but very familiar staple that people have played since the beginning of competitive arena. It's going to give us a through the various metas of what Tarkov has looked like as well. As you remember, the Bay 5 scenario plays CQB. It's a very different style of gameplay to what you see on Bowl, to what you see on Skybridge. Iceberg is going to give us another taste of how that meets somewhere in the middle. There's ways to be able to play that map to a range disparity where you can look to tuning into some of the long-range weapons, some marksman usage, something like that. But there's also a complete flip side that if you like your tight corridors, your corners, and your close quarters, you can actually play that map into both versions of play style for me. I mean, I'm sat with my camera behind me set up as I would be sat on the stage. That area in itself is a little maze of intricacies of different doors. I mean, stage left, stage right really is a thing now. It's not a metaphor anymore. It's a physical call out. So really, really excited to see which of these two teams is going to take the first foot forward on Bay 5. I think you've hit the highlighted topic perfectly. I think it has to be the Bay 5 match we're all going to be gluing our eyes to, given the history. I mean, pointers from you from Bay 5 for the two teams that make them look particularly good? Any ideas that jump off the top of your head, short of, honestly, for me, the Outcast CPA's concentration towards mid in Bay 5 seems to be the stronger deciding factor in my mind.
I mean, when we watched Bay 5 play out yesterday, mid, you can see the meta has sort of shifted rather than just a kind of A-centric attack as it was maybe several months ago, playing around alley, playing through A mains, and now taking mid control and seeing what you can do, what you can manipulate around the map with that. And so for a team that is as seasoned on Bay 5, exceptionally seasoned as Sicario is, that is where I expect the battles to play out, especially with Kaner in the lineup. He was serviceable yesterday, and as a substitute, that's what you need. Outcasts did win their matchup. They beat the team they had to beat to get here, but Kaner wasn't fragging out per se. It was enough to beat a Spartans team, but now we're upgrading competition just a little bit, and if Kaner doesn't have those sort of step-up moments where he's a bit more than serviceable, that can be a weak point that Sicario exploit on that Outcast side. So I am curious to see how they attack this best of 5, considering the lineup changes that they've gone through.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not necessarily all just on Kaner. We, from the viewer's perspective, will be looking from the outside in to assess that part of the gameplay, because for us, that's where we feel the majority of the impact could come from. But it could equally be as successful or as lost through a single mistake made by any player on that team. And the likes goes for the Sicario squad. And this is where I'm going to take this to talk about the other team in the same light, Bepic. Sicario, up until this tournament, more arguably this weekend, they really haven't looked like they've got it all in them either. And they have shown a different version of Sicario that turns up one day to turning up the other. So I'm hoping that the Sicario that looks like it's back to its old form from yesterday returns, because last weekend Sicario and the ACS of Sicario looked, I want to say, watered down. I'm very, very short of the word weak right now.
I mean, that's something that I think you need more evidence to designate a term like weak to a team. But I mean, when we became so accustomed to Sicario's dominance, when they just straight up would not lose in Europe and look competitive in the ACS previously, it is odd to see them struggle just a little bit. I mean, getting 2-0'd by EPA in the last Hunt Premier League, that was a significant result. And I mean, going up and getting swept by Panderic Apex in I think a matchup that was close, but not the amount of closeness that we expect between Sicario and Panderic. I mean, a 9-4 is not a scoreline you would anticipate from a Sicario Panderic matchup. That is not what you would anticipate at all. And so I think today's a great time for them to prove that they are still at the very, very top of Europe. They should beat Outcasts. I think they are maybe partial favorites here if you were to be a betting man in this situation, maybe a 55-45 sort of situation. And then if they can redeem themselves from being 2-0 swept by Panderic Apex with a good performance in the grand finals, then I think Sicario is definitely back.
Interesting. Curious to hear that then. So let's put you out on the barbecue if you're interested
no.
in it. Give me that prediction. If you're gonna lob a gesture like that out into the open, then give the folks the numbers to back it up. What are we calling this one? It's a best of 5. It's Sicario versus the Outcast. We had a little bit of a natter in the green room as to what we thought each of these two matches are going to go today. Map number 1, Bay 5. Let's just talk about that in isolation first of all. Is that a Sicario map or is that an EPA map? And I don't want your logic, because I know where your logic sits. We've seen the paperwork. What does your gut tell you for map 1?
Gut still follows logic. That's typically how I roll. I think Sicario is absolutely the favorite on Bay 5. I mean, I know it was 3 months ago almost now, but I think back to that best of 5 that these two teams played in the lower final of the first Pinnacle tournament. And the last 3 maps were 3 in a row, won by Sicario. 2 of those 3 were Bay 5. And I think that sort of head-to-head historically has just always favored Sicario. If you just look at the Outcast/EPA matchup that Sicario has on Bay 5, they historically win that map. And so I think they definitely start off on Bay 5. I think this best of 5, though, is going to be won on Fort and Skybridge here. I think that is where Outcasts can beat Sicario, because I don't know. If we get to Iceberg and Bowl, I think I start to... if we get to Iceberg and Bowl and it's a 2-1 Sicario, I think I start to favor them to close it out on one of those 2 maps.
I mean, you've got there some amazing information coming into the chat from SkyCycle, folks. Just for any of you that have not been able to keep up with the Liquipedia page and all the information that's coming through from it, a tip of the hat to the gentleman in the chat that does the hard work on keeping that information loaded up. So there's your history. The Sicario versus EPA in official matches. Previously, a 2-1 Sicario win in Pinnacle EU2. 0-2 loss for Sicario in HPL EU Season 4, so 1 apiece. A 3-2 victory for Sicario in Pinnacle 1. A 2-0 victory for Sicario in ACS 3, putting them 3-1. And EPA as 8 sins, a 2-0 victory HPL EU Season 3. And EPA as 8, so it's 3-3. It is an exact tie.
All right.
With only 2 matches not being sweeps. HPL EU Season 4, most recently a 3-2 split. And the most recent Pinnacle EU match, which was a 2-1. So very curious.
Is saying that it's a 5-1 in direct series. I think we might have read that
the other way
wrong
around.
At the end.
Got you.
Yeah. But I see like EPA's 8 sins. I think that's still a 2-0 for Sicario.
Gotcha.
We can get confirmation on it. So 5-1. I mean, that's a little one-sided at this point.
That's a strong record, is that, Bepic? I mean, 5-1, you would argue that's heavily favoured given the records. Now, I don't know if I favour that given current state. In fact, that blows my mind a little bit more given current state, because I've got to be honest with you. Although the Outcasts EPA squad, they definitely don't look like they're about to put the foot over Panderic and make that look like an easy job. I think this is close. Like, I really do think this could be... I mean, I've already said to you, I've teased a pretty ruthless scoreline. I don't think this goes longer than 3. I don't think we get to see Iceberg to the final. I think Walker would be out there today to try and make me a glutton for punishment. And I feel like Kiyoshima and company might also be down for both, honestly, if I'm being genuinely serious. I feel like either of these teams, both EPA and Sicario, they're going to want to get through in 3, match 1. because nobody wants to play 10 games if you're playing today. We want to see
Yeah.
10 games, but I'm sure these players would like to get through it in as little as 8, potentially something as crazy as 6. But I mean, let's be real. It's Pinnacle, all right? This is like the FA Cup of Escape from Tarkov competitive arena. It doesn't just happen like that. It's not that simple. Any team could take a map off of any team, and the final, it's probably going to be a best of 5. It's probably going to have a couple of overtimes in it, and I'm probably not going to have a voice by tomorrow, which is what I expect out of my job. That's not a hazard of the occasion. That is simply a benefit of being just that much enjoying into the entertainment. Bepic, tons to come. And the viewers in chat are about to enjoy every second of it.
All right, straight in. Like I was enjoying the podcast right there, talking about our predictions here. And you did say that you thought it was going to be a 3-0 scoreline before you knew the map veto as well.
Yes,
and
sir.
So you're sticking with the 3-0?
Oh, well, 2 down from Walker after the shotgun rings out to begin with. Ripping those knees off is going to help look a little bit more favorably for his team. That being said, though, Lukey takes a K out of the name and adds a C and a Y. Calls himself Lucky with 2 of his own. Keo, Kaner, and Lukey, 3 on site. Actually fall down in plaid stripes for the kill feed. It's down to Fox. The first round on the board. And as the nerves settle, both teams look really well composed for this one here. Nothing looking too messy. Lukey inside, outside, gives Fox the slip on the corridor. Now as he steps back in, Fox has got time for 1 and 45 to be able to defuse. The wide swing out it goes. Fox nearly snaps to his head. This almost claiming that one for sickness. Goes! Saves Sicario in round number 1.
It was a confident 1v2 out of Fox, but well played by Goes there at the end in that 1v1 duel to close things out and start things off on the right foot for Sicario. Just a simple A-hit right there. They move in. That's the basic Bay 5 strat. You take control around the A site and then close it out with good gunplay, playing around your teammates. And while the fights were a bit isolated there at the end, Goes still closed it out nicely, and Sicario will start off their campaign on the correct foot forward.
We hold on to this one. Just going to lie and wait a little bit of anticipation. As Nemo's holding for what could have been an aggressive forklift push, but is not today. Instead, we see a 3-2 split from the Sicario offensive. The bomb actually lurking towards Tetris on their weak side of the push. So a bit of smoke and mirrors coming out of Sicario here. Philek steps up for 1, but Fox inside of that generator is not going to give him the space to claim it. Good headshot. Takes him 4 to 5.
There does go Kaner. So 2 players on B still, or Outcasts, and Sicario have shifted the theater of battle now back towards A, but Outcast didn't have any players pull towards that B site, even with the pressure in that direction. There is a rotation that could be cut off here, as Lukey does confirm a frag, and Fox will trade Nemo out, so it's a move towards A, but now the bomb's going the other way. Though Fox is ready for it. That delay in the rotations that was caused by a lurking player on the Sicario side actually kept Fox in the area. So a nice pickup there, and that leaves Kiyoshima, the captain, alone in a 1v3.
I'm so glad you saw and spotted that as well. You could hear the call out in the comms and the Discord as Fox goes to leave the B site, and the IGL is going to say to him, no, you stay there, illegal. Go back to your site and lock your site down. Fox waits in the rotation, and as mentioned, top mid catches him loose, and the bomb is now in no man's land. It doesn't matter where Kiyoshima is going to be able to think to push towards the bomb. He's going to have to take out a couple of players before he's going to get anywhere near it, and that's not going to happen. Not today. Not with 3 outcasts hanging around, lurking, watching that bomb down. 2 rounds down. And a very even match so far, it looks like. 4 and 1 for Fox, popping off to begin with. Matched for that of the Star Slayer in the Sicario squad at 4 and 2 in Lukey.
A stoic defense from Outcasts there on both sides. Fox especially looked sound playing around B there, whether it was attempting to rotate towards A and then getting pushed back to defend the site some more. Fox is in a good position right now defensively if he can keep up that sort of performance, as Sicario are showing a willingness to play the entirety of Bay 5. It was an A main hit the first go round, then a lean, then back towards B, back towards A, back towards B. You didn't know where they were going to end up finishing, but by the time they made up their minds, Outcasts had picked them off one by one, so it is 1-1 at the moment, and first blood for Outcasts here.
Oh my, you can see that Sicario are trying to suffocate Fox out of this game so far. Every round so far, he's been first point of contact, and again, they're trying to work into Con. Fox plays his position differently, calls for help from Nemonas. This is going to be pretty huge for them if they're able to pick Furlex off. Zaki's using that MP7 to dangerous damage again on the other side of the map, though. It's the same play. And this time, the Outcasts don't even move the two players from back alley to sandwich. They're just standing still in the deep section. I mean, this is literally encouraging the bomb to walk into a trap. Oh, good night.
Trap called Walker's Crosshairs. That's a clean placement on him. And quick headshot there. Takes out one of the last two players alive for Sicario. And Kiyoshima, once again, left on his lonesome here. Anticipates a flank from behind, but can't get the immediate kill. So this one's looking a bit lost. Kyo does end up falling. Kaner does the honors. And Outcasts will take their first lead.
5-1, 3-1. The EPA duo. The old man and his young prodigy. The wise Fu Manchu and his little ball of energy. The two of them walking it down, being able to do the damage. It's looked comfortable from both teams so far, and I mean comfortable. Neither team looks like they're getting rocked. They both come with a specific textbook. Sicario now looking to try something a little bit different after that 2-3 split towards the B side. Didn't work out twice in a row. Nemo's going to pick up a first entry. Furlex goes down. Here's that mid lurk.
Grenade dodged. Puts a girl in the area, but not caught by the utility thrown by Sicario. Fox is ready for that lurker. Fox is having a great map so far. And that will force Sicario back in the direction of A. No options at the moment as Outcasts hold firm through mid around B. So, once again, our eyes turn to Walker to see what he can do. No, it's Kaner, rather, an ally that takes first contact, and he will fall. Zaki takes a nice kill to open up a couple of avenues now onto A. Walker will have some reinforcement shortly, but Blitzer Girl's been lost mid as Kyo stuck around. Now, he will join the rest of his team playing around A as we have a straight-up 3v3 around the A site. See if Sicario can level us up, or if Outcast can hold around lead.
Oh my word, okay. Walker and Goes both try to get a little bit slick with it. Zaki is here with that MP7 again to be able to take the trade off the back of the action, but still Sicario not keeping the proactive side of combat so far. You notice this thus far in the map epic is a lot of response out of the Sicario squad to Outcast's proactivity. Sicario being caught a little bit in the mud so far. Shots out of Outcast as Fox closes off the final one. Zaki, he might be feeling like a little bit of a curse for the Outcast squad as he is getting some damage done, wondering if he's carrying the MP666 instead of the 7 with this point in time, but he's not managing to do much more than put a dent in the Outcast's approach. It is, by the way, crazy to see how focused Fox is looking at this moment in time.
Mm-hmm. And this is where you find success in the scene. It's in these sort of matchups for the big three against one another because they're typically a safe pair of hands when it comes to the teams they should be beating, but you get the most money by beating the Sicarios, the Outcasts, and the Pandaric Apexes of EU. So this is where you need to be the most focused and have the most pristine lineups. And we know Walker's good for it. Double nade kill to start us off. Nemo adds to the kill feed, and this round's a non-starter for Sicario.
Yeah, I mean, it's a local tea party over by the bomb on the A site as Fox is going to lose his first gunfight that we've seen since a little while. That's going to be a good set of shots out of Lukey. But again, I'm not sure that either of the remaining Sicario members got a pass for this tea party. I feel like it's going to be a bit more of a trap than it is an invited entrance.
It feels like a third site that Outcasts are defending right now, but that's a good start to penetrate this third site that has developed, but Kyo isn't ready for a player right around the corner. Still 2 to go through now if they want access to the bomb, and Kiyoshima is a one-man wrecking crew at the moment, has brought this back to a 2v2, and it's not totally even. Kyo needs to patch up some wounds real fast, but has Luki to pick up some slack. As Keo goes down, it will have to be Luki, who now has the bomb in a straight-up 1v2 and complete access to A.
Yeah, Walker does the job of being able to put the was in was for Kiyoshima as the one of two members remaining left alive. Was very much a fraction of a doubt. A small amount of health left as Luki steps out towards Nimanas to try and put some pressure down on the two sides of the pincer. One now steps in. Walker with that shotgun is not going to lose to that match, though. It's just a case of TTK. Regardless of how good Luki is, halfway through that jump, the shotgun will put you down quickly enough. 4-1 Outcasts take a convincing lead in the first half, but it is only the first half of the first half. As we very well know, Mr. Bepic, this is where the game starts to get closer if the other team's got a good read on what you're doing.
All right, Sicario, I'm sure paying attention to how the Outcasts are defending at the moment, and we'll see how they do play around that. And I want to look back at something that was said in Twitch chat that I liked, Blasty, saying that statistics are one thing. When we were talking about the historical head-to-head and Bay 5 dominance of Sicario, but it's about individual performance, and that is how you change statistics. It's individuals stepping up, and right now, for the Outcasts, Fox is having a phenomenal map. Walker as well, the last couple of rounds, has been called on, and once more from behind, stabs Luki in the back, and the knife nearly found Goes as well, but he turned just in time to make this a more manageable situation, but manageable is a loose term right now. Another 2v4 for Sicario. Zaki's looking worse for wear, and this will not be an easy close.
Yeah, the only separation for the plaid stripes and the kill feeds is the red on red as the Sicario team bleeds its own colours. Unfortunately, a member goes down to the spray from the MP7, feeling a little wayward now. Zaki on that MP7 in the number 7 slot for his Sicario squad is going to have to be looking towards the look of number 7 to be able to survive out of this. And 3 members on the other side of the table, Kana, Blitz, and Fox, all waiting for what's left of Zaki to try and take his challenge.
Well, that's bottom part of the body of Zaki, full black, in rough shape. So this will not be a simple retake whatsoever. But Cracked, I believe we've seen a 1 HP clutch similar to this before, standing on one leg, and that was the only part of the body that player needed for a big-time clutch on this very site. So Zaki in position to make magic happen, and it would be something magical to prevent Outcasts from outright winning the first half of play here on Bay 5 before we even completely filled those 8 rounds. But Zaki on site now, it's just a matter of time. Blitzer Girl gets the honor of finishing the job, and Outcasts have a 5-1 lead over Sicario at the moment.
6 rounds down, 2 more left on the Sicario attack. Now, I'm going to refer back to our conversation in the green screen before we got ourselves onto the big stage in the game, Mr. Bepic. You said Sicario looking like the better team here on Bay 5.
I did say that.
Are we going to see a change and that come to the forefront when they go on to the defending half? Because it does feel like Bay 5, with the way it's being played right now, very heavily defending favored.
I mean, look, if Outcasts can, if they get to a 6-2 first half, that is near insurmountable. It's definitely surmountable for a team like Sicario, but good grief, that's a buffer for the Outcasts. And look at Walker up close and personal, and well, he's just sitting here watching his teammates fall in the feed. This is a nice flank, and Walker can turn the tides of this round. Kanner finds a pick elsewhere. 4v3 though for Sicario, and Goes is near death, but Keo is waiting around a corner. That is the rattiest spot you'll see all day, and Kiyoshima has been good to help get this round over the line, unless Nemo can go demon mode here on B.
It's been a little while since we've seen somebody outwalk a Walker. Keo does exactly that to him. Somehow the Sicario squad read his slow push through the smoke out Silver and turn around and run directly away from him when he's about to appear out of the smoke. He gets exceptionally good damage down onto the bomb. Goes was shredded within an inch of his life, but then Keo plays a better off angle and catches him as he walks out into mid, not respecting his corners. Now Kana in the 1v2. With time left and the device planted, he has this in a good position to be able to capitalize. Not much health left on Goes. Luki is there to hold the cross. They have to play contact.
This would be a big moment for Kaner, stepping into the starting lineup for Outcasts. 1v2 now, won't go anywhere. That's a perfect situation for Goes and Lukey. They set up the contact play well, and if Lukey was needed there, I'm sure he would have done just fine. But Goes won that first fight, and Sicario have a round back here, so it's not a completely disastrous first half. 5-3 is absolutely workable, but we'll see how they close now, as that was a solid play. They picked up first blood, I believe, last round, and then ran away with it. Kiyoshima locked down mid, cut off rotations, and did not make it easy on the Outcasts to take B back. But still, 5-2 now. Heavy advantage for Outcasts, and What's
big
Girls
walkout.
found an early pick through the smoke.
Two of them come straight off of A-Plat with an aggressive push out of the Outcasts here. A little bit almost insulted at the previous rounds with the loss, it seems there. Epic, you're absolutely right. The change of the pace is actually not working in the favor, though. The push out aggressively does only work out in a 1-for-1, and a little bit more over-enthusiastic space being taken by the Outcasts ends up giving a lot more space to the Sicario attacking squad. Fox now stepping out of Con's going to pick up one from his side of the map, but it's simply going to allow space for Fox and for Nemo to start rotating. Kana, however, has worked his way out of alley into no man's land. You talk about an off angle. King Keo might have just been outclassed by Kana, pulling himself a bit of a weird one in the court jester position. Two on site, Sicario back squared. With that bomb, they're going to try and get this planted, but good swing out of Luke. He gives him space to deny the deny.
So ready for Nemo to be in that spot. Now, Kaner played from an awkward spot. We'll have Fox join him, so a plat battle, perhaps an alley fight. Fox taking contact here, sees Kiyoshima, but he will fall as Kyo gets the better of him. Kaner with a wall bang will down Kyo, and now in a 1v1, this round holds a lot of weight. Kaner pulls off the bomb. Luki runs away, playing a bit of time, and stuffs his gun in the eyes of Kaner. 1v1 win for Luki, and Sicario do end the first half with a couple of round wins.
Can you feel it, Mr. Beffick? Can you feel it starting to pick up a little bit? The game's come alive now. Sicario, I think, at a 5-1 scoreline, was starting to really concern themselves as to being like, huh? Well, wakey, it's game time. 5-3. Sicario pulled 2 rounds back-to-back together. I was going to say to back again, but that would have confused us further. And they pulled the gap to 2. I'm really curious as to the kits. This MP7 is staying on Zaki, and it's not saying it's out of the meta or poor, but it's not the Yuge, it's not the Spear, it's not the AK, and it's not the MCX. The one thing it doesn't do as well as those weapons is when you get hit by a shotgun kit. That's an insane nade from Blitz to backside. We'll talk about it in a minute, though. The Sferlex has got himself some fury of his own in his eyes with the 2-piece, denying that entry onto site from the Outcast. Now, sat stuck is the bomb in the middle of the backside. Ali picks up 1-for-1 trades, though, as Fox is covering off the friend.
Good time for Furlex to come alive now. Starting off the defensive campaign of Sicario with a successful initial hold. And Furlex only had 1 kill up until this round, and now posting a triple. Luki to finish the job off, and Fox will set him down. Ghost has been located as well. That is a quick flick for Fox, and it's the Fox versus Furlex fight to see if Sicario can get back within 1. This would be a disappointing round to lose for Sicario. A 3v1 that they had against a feisty Fox who's having himself a map so far. And he will pick up some extra defense from a fallen foe, but Furlex uses that as an opportunity to step in, post a 4K, and get Sicario's 4th round on the board.
You've got to feel a little bit for Fox there. You test his blood, and it's a new blood type, ADHD positive. A little bit of too much fumbling in the body instead of just holding true to that composure and putting him down with the gun there, catches him off guard. It's timing. It's audio, potentially. The second you tap that body, there is a slight audio cue that you are looting as well, so every little bit could have made the difference, but you've got to say one thing. If his blood isn't ADHD positive, right now it might be Red Bull positive, but my word is he infused with power today. That's a good grenade out of Kiyoshima, which is not something we are unfamiliar with seeing out of this Sicario squad. King of utility. He might have come from Counter-Strike, but he definitely knows how to drop an airstrike inside a Tarkov.
Well, he's got a new esport to play on the top of, and Kiyoshima takes out the proper player you want down first for Outcasts, as Fox posted 13 frags thus far, was an anchor on B, a brick wall on B is probably a better inanimate object, but sat down in the grave for now as Sicario are tearing through the lines of the Outcasts. And who's attacking who right now? Sicario playing defense, have postured around B like they're preparing for a sight hit themselves. It's Kaner and Nemo left to pick up the pieces for the Outcasts, and if they can't, we're in a tied Bay 5 after the Outcasts looked like they were starting to run away with things.
The patience actually doesn't play out in the favor of Kaner there. It's feeling probably a little bit like that AK's let him down. Normally, you see the AK tear through the Enforcer relatively comfortably, but Ghost survives with just over a quarter of the health. The Emo in for the worst. He was in for the first, then he was in for the worst. Ended up being in for the worst straight off the rip instead of being able to get a couple of kills down. Looked like the first set of shots were good, but not today. Not today.
And now, Sicario fully are back. You asked if I was feeling things shifting, and this is what Sicario does. They are at the top for a reason. They have resilience like the best of them, and I believe it was 5-1 at one point now. Outcasts had themselves a sizable lead, but Sicario now, between two halves, put together 4 consecutive round wins. We'll see how they play this next one. It's a bit of a stack towards B. Reading things well as okay, we'll take Walker out first, but Fox wins connector position. We'll start to move in as Girl finds a pick nearby as well, and the net is starting to close in around the Sicario defense, and Kia will buy a bit of time with a nice kill, but that is a short-lived run. Nimanos sets him down 3v2 for Outcasts.
Feels very much from the Outcasts' perspective so far this game, especially when the round is in the Outcasts' favor. It's find a kill, find a second kill, walk into somebody holding a good position, find a third kill, and then this is what's happening from the flip side from the Sicario squad is they're being reacted to, but instead of overplaying after the reaction, they're not getting too aggressive with it. You see Ghost picks up an insane two-piece with that shotgun as the round looks like it's Outcast favored. And then instead of getting too proactive and getting caught off as the third part of a trade, he just takes space out towards Forklift and backs up to his teammate. Zaki rotates around with that MP7, picks up the final kill. And Sicario is starting to look like they're playing a bit more to their composure now. I'm looking at 2 things here, Mr. Bepic. We thought it might be Kaner or the performance out of Goes for me. The 2 sort of more questionable sides to each of the 2 teams at the moment that have shown inconsistencies. It's not. It's the other side of the table. It's the most consistent that we're looking at right now. Can Fox lead his team to success? Can Lukey lead his team to success? Because both of them are slaying out when it comes to entry for a site.
That was a key 2-piece from Goes right there. 2 pops of the shotgun, and there goes the Outcast push with 1 player left alone away from the bomb. And it's a great hold, but on to the next round. You got to have that short-term memory if you want to be a proper competitive player, and the Outcasts have moved on now. Need a win, though. Sicario have ripped open a gash on the body of the Outcasts, and a bit more than a band-aid is needed at this point. Girl and Fox in a 2v4 now as Sicario start another round off successfully, and this time playing around the correct site again. You talked about how Sicario, if they can start to get that read on the Outcasts, then they can find their way back. Well, this is now 2 consecutive rounds where they have had a perfect prediction on where the attack was headed.
Short of good shots from Blitzer Gills, the crosshair placement is phenomenal, but Lukey's bullet punch and aim punch ends up actually knocking that crosshair placement just slightly off enough to win out the fight. It looked like it was well played, but unfortunately, the shots out of Sicario so far, if you're an Outcast fan, are looking much cleaner. If you're a Sicario fan right now, you're very enthused in Map 1 to see them doing well, but you are definitely feeling like this being one of their stronger maps does tend more towards the thought for the best of 3, going a little bit further down the distance than I'd initially conceived as a 3-0 victory one way or the other.
That bomb is hustling towards A-Plat. Kaner up ahead. Won't find much resistance. Nade in, won't make contact. Frelix was in the area, so got an earful, but didn't take any damage from the utility. Another one inbound. Smoke to prevent quick rotations from the defense. Fox has taken alley control, but still has to win a duel or two. And, well, he beats the opponent, but not his teammate. That's a team kill, as Nemo will force Fox to spectate the rest of this round. And now Kiyoshima comes in tandem with Furlex. What a defensive hold. Sicario will allow nothing easy on Bay 5. That's now 7 round wins in a row.
Oh man, imagine being blue balled by your own teammate. That's so rough. In blue colours of all things as well. That's so unlucky. It's very, very easy to see how that happens. Fox wins a great initial entrance trade on the back alley. Second member steps out off timing late as Fox is dipping back into the cover. Nemo tries to adjust from Fox's original position to shoot past his right shoulder. And as Fox tries to adjust out of the way, he adjusts into the way. Very easy scenario. Done it millions of times inside of the game. And it's just one of those things you have to try and shake off. But at map point for Sicario, it's a really tough blow to the mental.
Bomb down. Kaner along with it. Sicario once again have an early advantage. Utility in the one. Zaki tried to dodge it. He knew what was coming. A little bit of Walker utility to help turn things back in favor of Outcast, but it's Kiyoshima's gun that flips the tides once more. That's a nice pick found, and now playing somewhat inside of smoke. See if Nemo's ready for this fight as Kiyoshima has reinforcements, goes alongside him, prone, ready to catch out Outcasts at every single turn around this site. And Sicario started this round off with 4 playing around the B site, but they bolster A defenses quite quickly. And Kiyoshima has been having himself a solid map as well. Impact frags in the middle of several rounds that Sicario have been able to flip on their heads in their favor.
Yeah, the Outcasts have come at sites with quite a lot of aggressive pressure on their attacking side. And like you've said, the bomb hurtling towards the site at a rate of knots has seen Sicario play a much more stable and more defensive approach to these sites instead of trying to contest maybe fire with fire, especially recognizing and respecting their weak side on defense as well. Sicario done a really good job of weathering that pressure. Now look at this, even more to the point. The fact that they're not over-pressuring this has left the one in spawn. They don't catch the one in spawn or spot either. Blitzer kill. Okay, she does realize it's there. Doesn't win the fight out though. Bomb down in mid, and this is done for. Sicario going to claim a very confident first map after the first half looked way more Outcast's favor. The defending side at Bay 5 from both teams see Sicario surviving and actually excelling out of the first 9-5.
That was an incredible trap placed by Sicario there at the end. Goes in Kiyo playing around A, making noise, finding a good kill, and then pulling away, leaving the A site completely open. But the Outcasts don't know that. They just know that there are players there putting up a good fight in resistance, and then they fall into a trap set by Sicario mid. 2 players there to close things out, and that was a gorgeous read Sicario had on the Outcasts there in the back half. I mean, they were down 5-1, cracked, and the map ends 9-5 for Sicario. That's an unbelievable comeback. Wow.
There's a fraction of a difference between the two teams. 15-10, 15-8, 10-11, 14-10, 4 up for Furlex, 10-12, 12-10, 2 up for Kiyoshima, 7-11, 8 and 8, 5-12, 6-12. You see what I'm getting at? Just down the board, Bepic, player for player, except from and even including Fox, as much as he is up there with Lukey, it's still a couple more deaths. And it's ever so slight differences from player to player to player to player as we go down the board. Well, that's a 9-5 scoreline for you. That's a good competitive match where one team is just that little bit better. And Sicario have shown, honestly, that's the first foot forward we needed to see from them. That's the realistic performance we would expect to see out of Sicario to really look at the best of 5 for success. I would be concerned if it was a 9-0 run over in the first map, that we might get a bit ahead of ourselves and take a foot off the gas as a Sicario fan and then maybe falter. So I like to see the start from Sicario. Somebody made a comment in chat, and I hope Furlex is not going to throw too much fury their way for it, but he turned his monitor on at around round 7. It's arguably fair. Sometimes these things happen. Sometimes we're a bit rusty when we get out of bed.
I mean, I'm okay with a sluggish start when the first round where your monitor's on is a 4K to really get Sicario rolling on Bay 5. I mean, Furlex, everyone on Sicario had a round like that. Whether, I mean, Kiyoshima had some phenomenal lurks in the first half to kind of keep Sicario afloat, make it a competitive first half, and then straight up outcalled Outcasts on the back half, 6-0 in defense for Sicario on Bay 5. That's a spectacular showcase of what Sicario is on Bay 5. They had Outcasts fearful. They didn't know what to think, which site to hit, where the defense would be at any given moment when the Outcasts were trying to attack. And you could see it in that last round where a site was completely open. That was the initial call for Outcasts. And then they back off, they pull into mid, they're switching the plan up, and that's exactly what Sicario wanted them to do. That was just a fun map to watch unfold. Outcast domination at the start, 5-1, and then Sicario completely flipped that table around.
Definitely looked like on the attacking side of things that Sicario were going after a specific area of the map. Initially, it looked like they were targeting Fox from how much action was coming his way and where he was playing to, but then when Fox moved position and actually rotated about a little bit as the Outcasts tried to keep that defense less predictable, the changing positions, they still were quite hitting that B site area from Hell to Forklift, or Hell to Con, Hell to Green to mid, quite strong. And that sort of lent to an understanding of the greater picture from Sicario. You could see that the further we got into the game, the more they were starting to understand how that recipe that they'd brought to the table was going to play out. They made a slight adjustment of playing even more defensively, even less actively into some of the fights than what we'd seen, and it paid off better for them. I mean, in the first half of these highlights here, we're going to see time and time again, it's too far up, right? It's just too much aggression. We're overextending and reaching too far in the back of the map to find something from nothing. Then the pace slows down a bit. All right, Walker's going to give a couple of extra bullets into the body of Lukey, and that one might not have worked out in his favor this time, yeah? A little bit of banter. Well, Sicario might have got woken up at that point. This is a great play. He gets himself caught in the back. A little bit of a stutter step there. Losing the fight out to Goes. A couple of slight misplays. That double from Goes was huge, and that was the turning point for me.
I do want to compliment. I don't want the defensive performances of Fox and Walker to get forgotten with a loss. Which, I mean, fair enough. You want to convert that into a map win in a series as important as this. But Fox was a brick wall on B. Walker was a menace playing around A. So many off angles, crazy prone positions, backstabs to keep Sicario on their toes. And the fact that Sicario were able to overcome that and close out that first half with those 2 consecutive rounds that kicked off the eventual 8-round streak, I think was where things started to really turn around. But that sort of performance goes the critical 2-piece to swing that round in their favor. Those are the kind of individual moments that Sicario really used to propel themselves.
Oh, this is a beautiful little picture from the spectator as well. You get a little bit of a corner camera view there, almost like you sat in with the over the footage. Nade from the backside of the bus, followed up by the close nade. Is great to see the double nade for A-Plat and the door. You can see that the Outcasts tried to adjust to this defensive playstyle as well. Both of those grenades there, Bepic, go over both for a battle buddy system that holds that deeper door position onto the site. But you see only one of them's played into it. They've got the bus held, and instead of that member being inside of the plat door like they'd naded for, sat out even further in sandwich, just giving some more respect to that mid control. And let's talk about that for a second. Did I mention mid control once this match? Did you mention mid control once this match? It seemed like both teams didn't want to contest for mid at all.
I think especially when Outcasts were attacking, they weren't playing through mid as much. That gave Sicario kind of a vacuum to fill there, and that was where the traps were really set, is in that vacuum, because we saw a couple of times where Outcasts tried to shift sites, they didn't have the space for it, and that's where maybe they weren't respecting that fact out of Sicario as much as they should have been. But yeah, I did think there would be a number more mid fights in that map, but Sicario had it a bit easy, I think, at times playing around mid. I think we saw a good contest in the first half of play when it was Outcast in defense playing around mid well. But once we swapped sides, it was largely Sicario that controlled that bit of map.
Absolutely, and I mean, I'm just actually watching the highlights again for the third time on my right-hand side, because that double kill from Goes and the shotgun was crazy. Like, we didn't get to see that on screen because there was so much going down at the time, but the kill was very, very delightfully up in our kill feed on the right whilst we're commentating. And it was crucial then. I mean, it looks better than it sounded in the casting booth, I'm going to be honest with you. Getting to see that and relive the shots, that's a disgusting little snap. And I'm sure we're going to see that clip going all over the socials after this weekend's sort of action. But Sicario are going to hope that that's merely a highlight that implies or foreshadows the future. They've got 2 more maps to secure if they want to go to the grand final. They've got 4 more maps to contest it over. They've essentially reduced it down to a best of 3 for themselves now. All they're going to do is win 2 maps. Life is good. The Outcast.EPA squad, however, found themselves in a little bit of a tougher scenario now, down 1. They need to win 3 maps to be able to pull this one back.
And that's a rough way to lose Bay 5, the 8 consecutive. But if you look at the map selections objectively, like I think Sicario were still favored on Bay 5. And so if we are looking at now Fort, which we are, shout out to production, this is a map where Outcast should still feel confident if they don't let Bay 5 get to their heads. If they stay composed as a lineup, which I figure they will. These are veterans. These are players that know that this isn't a one-map series, that they can stay composed and find a way to come back on a map that they chose. This is the Outcast map pick. Fort is a map they play quite well, and despite kind of the even head-to-head between these two on Fort, it's always close. And so I think this is a critical second map for Outcasts to bounce back on. And I mean, if they go down 0-2 against Sicario, I'm not calling it over at that point, because they can definitely win on Skybridge as well, and who knows what happens on Iceberg. But Fort has to be a good-looking map for Outcasts.
2 quick kills coming from Furlex as the smoke and mirrors play from the Outcasts push action towards A, but move the bomb B. 2 members take to the B site as the B site is open, but 2 members rotate from Sicario through CT to contest back. Bomb goes down, goes in the mid, takes out that of Fox, and finishes off the final member as Sicario do manage to weather out the switching of the sites as the first round. The Outcasts are looking to already play tricksy with Fort, but Sicario also already ability to match the weirdness of the play. I mean, it's an 8.5 out of 10. They weren't there to contest the B site. They did everything else right.
They pushed up well, caught Outcasts off guard, and Furlex still has that monitor on. It hasn't faltered whatsoever since he turned it on in the middle of A5. That's a nice 3 kills to start things off with, and bolster that defense nicely. Lukey and Zaki will be first contact around A as Outcast once again move back to a similar position. Fox in kitchen will peek around a corner and spot Lukey, but Lukey flicks back to the head of Fox. That's a quick reaction and no double for Lukey, as Kaner will be able to set him down, but still Sicario a decent start, as now here come the reinforcements.
Ooh, I was wondering why we were over-aggressively challenging Goes, but then Nemo steps out with some of the slickest moves like Jagger I've ever seen. Lams goes back to where he came from. 3 versus 2, the Outcasts have got a little bit more breathing space than they had in the first. They're going to go for the same play again. They're not looking to finish A with the attack so far. It's cause distraction, cause action, catch rotations, and plant B from what we can tell. Kaner up, steps out wide into Furlex, good bit of chip damage, actually rings one off the dome. You see Furlex has taken a little bit of damage to the head there. Trades back, Nemo has him covered from Dark. There's Keo in a 1v2.
Keo plays this, has a bit of time to work with, but still 2 players, and I think he knows their whereabouts with Nemo just to his right now. Walker playing around Spiral, and Keo's taking this slow, really slow. That time was going down quickly, and now he springs forward, catches Nemonos off guard. Now it's Walker's turn. A 1v1 for round 2. Could have reverberations going forward. Walker will cool, calm, and collectedly close things out, and Outcasts will get their first round win in a long time.
Honestly, very glad to see an adjustment from yesterday as well. Something that the Outcasts didn't look so good for yesterday was those last 30 to 25 seconds of the round and some good pressure decision-making choices. Not over-chasing, not dying in numbers advantages. We see Walker there hold the pillar. Doesn't start wiggling his way about and dancing until he is directly challenged with a model in front of his face. Makes Keo close the gap. Even if Walker goes down there, there's no time to turn around and defuse that bomb. He plays the time well, guarantees the round in his favor without having to fight it off. Sicario has shown so far that their gunplay is not something they're sleeping on.
Whatsoever. I mean, both sides have to have mutual respect for the ability on the opposite end of the map. And now, look at the mini-map. So spread out from both sides. Nemenos and Walker will start things off, but Furlex still an ever-present figure in the kill feed. It's a 3v3. Couple of fights taken early on will dwindle numbers, and now Kiyoshima starts to turn things back in Sicario's favor. It's Blitzer Girl and Nemenos. Two left standing, and Nemo against Kiyoshima, but this time the positions from last round have been reversed, and Kiyo gets away, showing Nemo how that 1v1 should be taken with a proper escape, and Furlex elsewhere stop Blitzer Girl in her tracks, and Nemo in a 1v3 gets that first kill. It's good foot forward, but bomb down. There is time to work with, but still, you need kills against two hot players at the moment. Furlex, sorry, it's Zaki that finished that kill off. Furlex has 6, but Zaki is the one to close that round for Sicario.
Gonna give a lot of points to Nemo there, actually. An inside-outside Dark that did a good bit of chip damage towards Kiyoshima without taking much damage himself. I mean, both engagements and trades of damage went in the favor of Nemenas, but Kiyoshima, it's not about the damage. He's playing into the bigger mindset. He's just kiting him further and further away from the site, which is draining that all-important timeout like you were talking about. So, well played from Sicario, and in doing so, Kyo leaves Zaki to not have to do anything too proactive. He hits that caps lock key, goes full snail mode, then the audio's taken away. Furlex for one on an opener, but the frag has returned with revenge. Kana hits him with the martyrdom.
All right, 4v4 rounds coming right up. We've had a lot of early round chaos last couple of rounds now. Outcasts playing around mid here, sending Walker. It's a bit of a scout as the rest of the team are around Donut. One player actually waiting cannons, and Outcasts have not been afraid to disperse their attacking players around B the last couple of rounds, but the bomb is shifting, so perhaps setting a trap up for Sicario to fall into once the penny drops that the bomb has shifted back towards A, but our Fox company ready for Luki right here, pressed up deep in enemy territory, and no, Fox is not ready, pops around the corner, and Luki will stop this push in its tracks. Blitzer Girl still has bomb control, but now teammates to work with, really. Nemo low on HP. This round will have to be Blitzer Girl if Outcasts bring it back.
Yeah, it looked for a second like Goes was going to get a bit ambitious towards the statue and the stairs towards Platt, but a call out from somebody on the Sicario team tells him to back off and actually go and take up a more defensive position in bedroom, which is going to play to his advantage in a second here. You see, covering off the close angle, there's Goes, what we were talking about just now. If he pushes out a statue and gets picked off, the numbers go to 2 to 3, and then it's very hard to control that middle space. But the IGL call, or whichever member of Sicario has referred to Goes and said to him to just back off, makes a massive adjustment there that works in their favor. And Sicario see the round out safely with a good numbers advantage, which they should be capitalizing on. At a 4 to 2, I don't know about you, Bepic, but I strongly feel with that kind of numbers, time in your favor, and defending, you should be closing those rounds out. Attacking side, it is much harder. You have to get a bomb down. But on the defense with a 4 to 2 split, you should be closing that out.
And it's more success defensively for Sicario, taking space up through A and playing Bean right there. I mean, that's well called. Putting a piece in that aggressive position, knowing that the Outcasts are making some noise around B, setting a trap up of their own in mid by way of Walker, but doesn't pan out as Sicario once again are one step ahead. And Outcasts, one on the board, could add to it now. 4v3 around A, but the defense will rotate quickly. We'll see if the Outcasts are ready for Goes coming in as Blitzer Girl tries to smoke off lines, but it looks like Goes is playing ahead of that smoke. So things are getting weird around A at the moment. But 2v4, Outcasts are winning the gunfights, and that's what matters. Goes and Kia will try to shift that around, which they're doing. 2v2 now. That was a chance for Kaner to make this an advantageous spot for Outcast once again, but he misses his opportunity. The device is planted. It's good news for Outcast fans, and there's some more. Fox will take Goes out. 2v1 now. Kiyoshima, the last remaining member of Sicario.
Crucial, important part about all of that action was that the bomb was planted during the chaos. Although Sicario came out with some good gunfights, The Outcasts traded those fights and those bodies to get the bomb down. Not only that, but if you look back at that round very, very carefully, as I'm sure we will do in hindsight, the 3-man stack from the Outcasts just on the backside of Kitchen, playing that long diagonal angle towards big box that goes towards long, is what played that into success. You've got Fox playing on K1, giving audio and pulling people off of big box to expose to K3 so that those shots come through. The Outcasts got 2 picks off of that and managed to leverage that space onto site just from working K1 to 3. Next round, in we go. And it's a similar setup, Epic. This is going to be another aggressive push. Fox finds the first, but Zaki equally as lethal. He's out, he's round. Fox is going to run into the gun, and the kills come round. Goes, and Zaki put together 2 extra on the backside. Blitz has got 1, which will not be going into the night without her name in the kill feed, but it does feel like a consolidation prize now.
This still is a winnable round now, and Walker has crept up towards mid, playing this top position, and Kiyoshima's the only defender playing around B, so there could be a plant in order if Walker is ready for Kiyoshima. Waiting around connector, but play slows. A minute left, Outcasts aren't rushing this. Waiting to see if Sicario get too aggressive. And that won't be the case. They are holding firm right now with this player advantage.
Furlex in the best position to make this absolute nightmare as well. He sat just tucked behind Kitchen. Blitzergirl is here holding for information both of Furlex and Zaki. Either one of them goes. Blitz is going to be aware of Zaki's positioning. Walker now needs to respect this. You see him look back towards that cult drop-off. Again, a similar perspective. If Zaki rotates statue and they get that info, they have time to hit A, but slowly the time's running out. Blitz looks for the pick on the A side. Walker has to commit to it because time's gone out anyway. Confirmed information. Rather play into what they know than what they don't. Furlex does not get taken out on the way across. He's very hurt. Walker is going to have to commit towards the bomb plant. I think he's got time to get this down, but then he's going to have a nightmare.
Sicario left this open, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Walker is low on health. Zaki is ready for that first fight. Positioned to catch Walker out through that opening in Kitchen, but here comes the rest of the team, and Walker turns on Furlex. That's a nice beginning to the fight, but the end favors Sicario. Now it's 4-2.
It looked for a second there like he was about to be given space to make that work as the 2 pushed from site. 1 actually backed off in garden. So Walker, if he's able to get the 2-piece there, if he gets 1 on the transfer, which we've seen the shotgun players do time in, time out already today, it's possible. Not against the squad like Sicario when they are playing with this kind of discipline. It is really good to see their end of round composure be so succinct right now.
I mean, Furlex held that angle, watching for a player to emerge from Kitchen onto A for so long. And then that's the sort of example of the tremendous discipline that Sicario are playing with. In a 3v2, I'm sure it's easy to get aggressive right there. I think we can close this out with superior gunplay, but no, they couldn't. They held their angles, they held their nerve, and now it's quickly a 5v2 for Sicario. I think that was a double nade while I was yapping away right there that I saw.
Yes, Lukey with 2 from the grenade, a gun to follow up from Goes, although he shreds the lot of his health for it, if you notice there. Goes feeling a little bit on the lighter side in the HP tank after his engagement. Oh, Blitzergirl gets folded just stage left of Kana as he happens to be witness to a walk around for the second there. Kana's going to step out and do some damage of his own, but only for the sake of 1. Furlex takes out the final member of the Outcasts, and Sicario moved themselves to a 5-2 first half on our second map here in Fort. 1 more left on their defending half, and a similar look to what we saw in map 1.
Not disintegrated before it really even got going. Good piece of utility for Sicario to sway another round in their favor, and a win guaranteed on their defensive half. Sicario are looking dominant at the moment. That 3-0 may be on the cards, Cracked. I mean, Outcasts were shell-shocked a bit on Bay 5 in the back half of play, and now that seems to have bled into Fort as they really can't get going on attack, but defense is where they do some of their best work, so just keep it manageable. See what you can get now in the final round of the first half, and Kyo's found 1, and Minos with a team kill there, so that wasn't Kiyoshima entering the kill feed as Outcasts make it a bit of an awkward attack, and now, once again, it's falling apart here on B.
Yeah, Nimanas for the second time today is going to take out Fox as the two of them try and entry together, but the jump was just not quite as well timed as they thought. Ends up jumping into the line of sight of Nimanas and getting taken out by the teammate. Goes has got one onto Kana, Goes has got the second onto Nemo, and Goes is just cleaning house with the shotgun. We asked, was Goes with it today? We asked what type of Goes is going to step out onto the field, and a 10 and 5 Goes with a shotgun on Fort is showing us exactly what kind of performance he's cooked up for today.
Goes and Furlex both having a phenomenal performance on Fort here, as Furlex is very much activated after we called out the slow start on Bay 5, and now posting 11 frags here on Fort. Goes with several important multi-kills, and Sicario a 6-2 advantage now, and this is a world of hurt for the Outcasts at the moment. They'll have to show some of their resilience on the back half to come back from a disadvantage like this, and we'll see what they cook up in defense. I do love the Outcasts on defense on these maps and how aggressive they like to play. Blitzer Girl and Walker not afraid to run up and act like they're still attacking and taking out Sicario players that way, but let's see what the plan is for the Outcasts. If they play timid, but I don't think that's in the blood of the Outcasts. There you go, Walker already showing us how the Outcasts like to defend.
We're going to talk about this after the first round. You make an extremely good point, but I want to actually elaborate on that. We're going to get time being, because it looks like Sicario are setting up a three-pronged push towards that B site. Now, I would call it three-pronged, but it feels more like ping-pong at this point in time, as we've seen kills in the middle parts of these rounds, go back and forth, left and right. Fox for one as he swings out. The shotgun's good, dodges the nade. Furlex again is there to trade the first blood from the Outcasts out, though, from a better position in bedroom. And this is going to build those jigsaw puzzle pieces towards what we're going to talk about at the end of the round. It's really interesting as the creep from Lukey works his way around Nemo. Blitz finds a trade back. Now forced onto a proactive action as there's left 1 versus 2 with the bomb in sight. Blitz manages to do an exceptional job of gathering and giving space as well as keeping alive. Big plays from Blitz, goes out down towards cannons, rotates to full safety. The bomb is reclaimed by Sicario, but the Outcasts are killing time right now. Rotation open. It doesn't matter if the mid control is kept, because Kana could rotate to Cult to match it if they read in time. No, instead, Kana's going to challenge top mid. This is clear. Oh, big fight.
Furlex is ready for this. Blitzer Girl rotating in. We'll
so
peek
good.
around the corner, but Furlex is clean with it. Prepared thanks to the sound cue, and now Kaner 1v2 now. And this is a statement round if Kaner can pull it back. Furlex has been electrifying on Fort. Kiyoshima rock solid for Sicario throughout this entire best of 5. And there, the captain will close out a 7th round win as Sicario are 2 away now from a 2-0 best of 5 lead.
It just doesn't give him the chance. You know Kana is good enough to be able to win that 1v2 as well if Big Box peaks. If Big Box drops discipline and gives him the chance. Doesn't, toys with the emotions the entire time by giving just little subtle hints of audio cues, stepping back and forth. And then Long, all the way out in Garden, steps into the open space and claims a free kill onto Kana as he is too busy having to respect his angles on Big Box. It's just smart play from Sicario. The ends of the rounds, they are closing numbers out consistently and concisely. For Alexis time, feeling a little bit frisky with it. It's going to jump onto Big Box and into a coffin. Lukey for the second is going to get taken out as well. Walker's better positioning in this one on the bedroom is going to do him some great work. Kyo goes in hard though, and Blitz is going to be the victim of that punishment. But more importantly, that bomb is being watched like a hawk right now.
Oh, this is a good defensive performance here. Walker, always the tip of the spear for the Outcasts in defense, and still it's a 2v2. Sicario are making the easy rounds difficult for Outcasts, and let's see what happens now as that bomb will be retrieved and held around B. No one's moving now. Lots of time on the clock, and Sicario are going to play with their options now as Nemo is playing in dark here, looking to see if anyone decides to push up long, but Sicario aren't giving the Outcasts what they want. They're toying with the emotions, playing the mind games now, as this round started off very positively for the Outcasts of EPA, but Sicario can force it to end in disaster.
This could be very interesting right now. I like the util setup. Nemo's actually tucked safely away from this to go through, though. Info gathered. Oh man, this could potentially turn into nightmare scenario. Somebody's gonna have to swing. Nemo gets one. Well played. Okay, right. Let's diagnose this now. 3-7. The Outcasts pull around back, but the gap is to 4. The Outcasts at this moment in time are playing very aggressively out of things, but Bepic, notice the win and then the win more not happening. It's good aggression, but then it's shut down immediately from trying to, it feels like overcapitalize. There's so much extra that the extra isn't coming through. I wonder if there's a bit too much reach going on right now, as the Sicario squad are seeing it as well, and once the first aggressive push gets taken out, it's like there's always somebody sitting, waiting on that second angle to trade back.
Well, I mean, think back to Bay 5 when Outcasts were defending successfully, when it was Fox on B defending well, and that pushed Sicario into Walker, who was playing phenomenally on A. It has to be the two prongs of the Outcast defense. And that last round, it was Walker as the first, and then it got Harry as the second didn't step up until the very end. But still, 7-3, it's manageable. It has to be for Outcasts, but they've lost Blister Girl early on. They've lost long control as well, but Sicario are going to take a second to realize that as pushes in, and Goes will take mid control now as well. The net is starting to close around the Outcast defense, and Kiyoshima up front into Spiral, says hello and goodbye to Nimona, says Nemo. That confirms the frag and gets us back level at 3 apiece.
Yeah, both teams traded early nades there that didn't kill members of either side, but did chip damage a fair bit to Walker, and 2 members of Sicario fully pushed out of Donut from Blitzergirl's grenade. Kyo re-swings, picks up the kill, trades up, mid's dead even, 3 versus 3, 35 left on the clock, and Sicario starting to run out of a bit of time here. Crosser spotted, Kana has full info, you see support from Fox coming down short. The device is going to be planted before Outcast can contest this, but Kana doesn't realize he's got a guy behind him in the cult. Oh, look at how smart Goes is playing this. He is just waiting and waiting and waiting.
I think he did reveal himself, but couldn't confirm the kill. So now Kaner is aware, but this is a Kaner sandwich, and the bread is starting to clamp down, but Kaner's escaping from it. It's Kaner that devours Sicario alive, and he lets them know there at the end. Outcasts have their substitute turned starter step up and help get that 4th on the board.
That's the Kano we all know and love. Giving him the friendship flag on the way out. I got you. Got you this time. Get him, Kana. 4-7, the gap close. Just one more round closer. It's 3 now, but it's still 3. And more importantly, Mr. Bepic, until Sicario find that all-important 8th on the board, it is possible. It's not even improbable at this point until we get to that map point scenario. For the moment in time, this is anybody's game to play with until the Outcasts drop another round.
And this is why the Outcast, Sicario, Pandaric matchups are always highlighted in the schedule of any European Tarkov Arena competition. Because anything can happen, and despite advantages, despite leads, we know the resilience of any of these lineups. Outcasts have it within them to come back from this, as Sicario came back from a 5-1 deficit on Bay 5, but they need to keep their wits about them, and down a player already is Fox. We'll have to spectate the rest of this round. Sicario have an advantage, and it's Furlex again that gives it to them. 15 kills strong on Fort for him, but Walker won't press the issue. Backing off now, and Sicario with a play around A could stab, I think it's Fox in the back. No, Fox is dead. It's foul.
Kaner
there, okay. Couldn't read the name properly, but he lets me know who he is. Kaner gets 1 kill, but does die after the fact.
It looked like he was set up, like you said, in a good position to either be swung or get swung. Turns out both did the same thing at the same time. Trades 1 for 1 goes down, but that's what Sicario are looking for. The gain site access device gets planted. Blitzergirl's the last left alive. Kiyoshima's going to be able to knock that one down, and that does pull out that 8th round we were talking about. Now things do get tough. You have 4 rounds to close without a single mistake, and after a confident round like that from Sicario, one doesn't help but wonder. We went B a lot, now we've gone A. Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Question is, do Outcasts stack to match this A push? And do Sicario read it and slam a B instead to match? Just to get it over the line, quick, done and dusted. I would not be surprised if we see both teams fake out here.
Great to be, it looks like, but That could only lead to mind games. Sicario will push here. It's Donuts and Fox holding an angle, but spots nothing so far. No action early on. A bit of a contrast for how these two teams have typically played one another, but here we go. Fox and Furlex. No, it goes. That dropped down from the heavens above and will send Fox to heaven himself. 8-4 Sicario. This could be the one that presses them to a 9th as they have a 5v4 turned 4v3. They're maintaining their advantage throughout this round.
You see how much they put together just to remove Fox from his position. It ends up being Nemonas that levels the tides by picking up 2 kills of his own, but you've got 2 members challenging Fox as Ghost drops off out of the skies to be able to kill him, as well as Zaki watching off the 3rd angle for Walker so that he can't come and support him. Fox isolated by 3, including staving off one of his teammates. Now close contact on side. Kane is good for 1 whips, 180. Zaki's going to take him out with the MP7 to shut him down, though, 2v2. Now Nemo is here. 3 for Nemo in the round. Big man, big step in. Big drop-in bodies all over the site with 1 left alive. It might just be a round saved by the Outcasts here. Blitzer up in support from Colt is here to try and protect and support that of Nemo, who's done some great work this round.
Ooh, foot spotted. Side as well, perhaps. Kiyoshima knows Blitzer Girl was there, and bide his time he will. Now it's a 1v1. The captain of Sicario against the ever-steady Nemo of Outcasts. And it is a straight-up 1v1 now, 18 seconds left. Let's see how Nemo wants to play this. If he's just going to bide time with this deep angle, I think he will. So Kiyoshima has to be the one to push the envelope, to press the issue. He'll pick up bomb. Doesn't know where Nemo is, and he chooses incorrectly. Elects for a short push, but it was Nemo sat long. That will win this round for Outcasts and keep them alive just a bit longer on their map pick.
You see the second that Blitzer Girl goes down, Nemo immediately backs out of long and goes all the way up the corridor. I think the second that he makes that decision, I don't think there's time on the clock there physically for Kyo to run him down. The only option then left for him is grab bomb, plant bomb immediately and force the challenge, get off to win the fight, because you won't have time to replant. Nemo, not challenging at all there, gives himself a 95% chance of success because you shouldn't stick it. Like, there's no way as Kyo, really, you just put your head down and plant that bomb. It's just so tough to do that there without expecting him to challenge. So, well played from both members there. Kyo goes for the bomb and goes for the aggressive push. He takes 50-50. The early 50 from Walker's not going to be that. That's going to be an instant deletion as Furlex finds himself folded in express fashion from the express shell. That nade's going to be good. Walker somehow survives. What? He's not even taking damage. The wall blocks the slight spray from it. Nemo gets 2 as well. Hold up. This game just got a little interesting. The other nade rolls out of the door. Walker's wonders might just have been prayers to the heaven as he's saved by something other than actual success. Fox is good for 2. Ghost gets 1, but the round's done. Bepic, you can grenade some marshmallows. What?
Has Walker signed a deal with the devil to give him grenade immunity? I mean, we know how good he is when tossing utility, but dodging it as well, that's absurdity.
Impressive.
I mean,
yeah.
From our perspective, that looked like Walker was a dead man right there. And for Sicario probably assumed he was as well, knowing that's a position Walker likes, that bed spot. But trying to counter his initial frag with a bit of utility, and they have to be surely as shocked as we are.
Now, the one thing we did talk about pre-game was overtime. And I did say that we might, even though a 3-0. So I do feel like we might be looking towards that scenario. It's 2 rounds still. Nemo's not going to be making it out alive with cannons. That's a little bit of a tough one.
And the bomb's already down. That was a straight-up rush from Sicario. And now the hopes of the Outcasts on Fort, their map pick, begin to crumble. Walker can't get that pick to get things back, and this time will sap away quickly. Site control was ceded, and Sicario are willing to make the Outcasts live to regret that decision. It's just Blitzer Girl and Walker. They've been teammates for a long while now. Let's see if that chemistry can get them out of this situation. Sicario are 5 members strong, lurking around every single corner. Blitzer Girl's got 2 frags, but it may just be a cosmetic comeback, as is the rest of the Outcast performance on Fort. Sicario storm back on Bay 5, and don't ever let that momentum slip on Fort. They'll take a 2-0 best-of-5 lead.
Yep. And we've got to be really honest about it. It could have been a 9-5 were it not for some miracle going on during the gameplay as well. Honestly, that's another good performance out of Sicario. Kiyoshima there with a big one at 13-9. Furlex at 17-8, goes at 16-10. I mean, honestly, it's not to do down the performances out of the rest of the Sicario lineup, but Goes has stepped up today from what we've seen in the tournament so far, playing a lot better than what we've seen from him in recent performances, and it's making the difference for his team. I mean, they're 3 rounds better than the Outcasts here, potentially 4 and a couple going their way as well after a few pieces of utility don't quite land. Some say skill issue, some say it's scenery. It's just a feature.
That might be one of the only non-kills that I hope is in the highlight reel. I need to see how Walker survived that piece of utility. And for Sicario, I mean, it's moments like that, those wrenches in the plan, that they stayed so steady despite. It felt like every 2v1 was a near guarantee for Sicario. And an Outcast can pull those rounds out of the hat, the magicians that they are, but for Sicario, they held their nerves so well. I think back to the I think it was a 3v2 on, I think it was in the first half, where Furlex just held an angle steady for what felt like an eternity and trusted that Sicario had the proper call, didn't waver, and was rewarded for it with the round sealing kill. And I think that sums up how Sicario played on Fort right there. Steady. Outcasts stepped up a couple of rounds. They started to put together a comeback there at the end, but Sicario didn't waver. They trusted their call, they trusted their gunplay, and now their reward is a 2-0 series lead.
A little bit of a detail, a lot more depth to it, I think, than maybe is particularly necessary for everybody. But for those that are interested in the nitty-gritty of the kits, here's a little bit of an in-depth dive on something that I've noticed is a difference so far. And I'm really curious to everybody's opinion in the chat as well. Let me know if this feels different to you guys watching it, and I'm curious to your opinion on this too, Bepic. But Walker's been using Express. We've noticed that Piranha is being used. We've noticed that Flechette is being used. There's a lot of different approaches as to how you run this shotgun right now. For the Outcasts, it does feel, and if you think back to both maps so far, there's been a couple of instances where Walker's been shooting that shotgun at mid to long range, where that Express is just not doing it. When you shoot Piranha at that distance, you connect 1 to 2 shells, somebody's normally dead mid-jump at that distance, or when they land, they normally end up falling over, like banana peel falling over, because they've taken that much damage in transit that the black-limbed kills them on the way down. So, I'm interested. I've seen the change myself. I've spoken to a couple of the guys about Express versus Piranha. For me, it feels like the Piranha is winning out at the moment. The Express, it's much more aggressive in that close quarter combat. The Express hits, it's got a potential to one-tap to a limb. If you hit aim down sight at probably up to 25 meters, maybe a little less than 25 meters, you can just straight one-tap to limb. It's even more aggressive than Piranha. However, once the distance come into it, it starts to fall off a bit. So I don't know whether that factor is actually hindering the likes of Walker, who we see playing with that shotgun a lot more on those mid to longer ranges in transit, than it is helping him right now. Yeah, he's ruthless in CQB, but I would argue that trade-off, actually, I'd rather have the Piranha at this moment in time. Curious.
I think it's definitely something that you look back on the tape and for Walker, see what kind of situations he's in outside of the early round kills that he gets, just hiding around corners and playing in close proximity. But I don't pretend to be in my depth when discussing the intricacies of the round. So I would love to hear the reasoning behind it and see what the answer is, and see where Walker's at for map 3, which is upcoming. Skybridge, between these two, could be a make or break map. Actually, it is a make or break map, I think, for the Outcast. They need to win to stay alive and force a trip to Iceberg for the first time on stream. And so Skybridge is coming up, potential closeout for Sicario. We've got highlights in the meantime of the performance of these two on Fort, but then a break after that, and then we'll be back with map 3.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the finals day of the second season of the HPL Pinnacle tournament. This brings all of the best teams in Europe together. The top 8 of them get to battle it out for the title of Pinnacle Season 2 European Champions. We've already had our previous season's champions cruise their way to a comfortable position in the viewing box, whilst our semi-final takes place. In theory, this actually is not necessarily a semi-final. It's actually the lower bracket grand final. But in essence, it's a semi to qualify for the overall grand final. Okay, the two teams that are taking place here, Sicario and the Outcasts.epa, have already come to clash over 2 maps. Sicario find themselves 2-0 up. My name is Cracked Wisdom here in the booth next to Mr. Bepic to bring you guys all of the action, thanks to the partnership between Hunt Premier and Battle State Games, bringing this amazing competition to you. Bepic, it's been an action-packed entertainment day so far, but Sicario have been the ones that have comfortably stepped out into the lead.
I mean, after the 5-1 lead that we saw the Outcast take on Bay 5 and Sicario flipped that, Sicario's been on a tear ever since. And it looked better on Fort. It seemed like the Outcasts were getting it together, but down 6-2 after the first half on Fort, these are just not comebacks that are easy or likely against a team like Sicario. And I mean, Sicario has won 3 straight maps before against Outcasts or EPA, then to win in a lower bracket final in Pinnacle. We've been here before, and it's up to the Outcasts to switch history around if they want that Pandaric Apex matchup in the grand finals. They have to pull it together on Skybridge, which is Sicario's map pick. It is worth noting, but Skybridge is a map that Outcast can beat Sicario on. And then Iceberg, then Bull. It would be an insane reverse sweep in a best of 5 for Outcast if they can pull it off, and a monumental moment in this esport.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but feel like even if there were to be a resurgence at this point in time, Sicario is not a squad that gets themselves reverse swept very often. Like you say, it's not something that happens consistently. The fact that Pandaric did it doesn't necessarily mean that anybody else can, and Pandaric is currently the top team in the European scene in my eyes when it comes to seeding before we come to this tournament. I mean, we're going to get to battle it out and decide the real answer to that question as to whether they are very shortly or in a couple of maps' time, depending on how Sicario close out this one. And I've got to think that really, honestly, Mr. Bepic, if anybody is going to take down Pandaric Apex at this current state of the game, it's in Sicario's hands to give themselves the best chance now. Not looking at it with the disrespect that Outcasts are gone from the equation. It's not the case. It's more a simple fact. If Sicario have to go anywhere near Pandaric for a best of 5, they will want as much in the tank as possible to do so. Any maps that they can reduce this series by will help them drastically, maintaining some of that energy, some of just that mental fortification, and even just a little bit of the muscle power, because I know we're all, nice young whippet gamers, but eventually, over a period of time, that mouse movement, regardless of how good you are, it deteriorates ever so slightly. Your muscles get tired. You've maybe not had a chance to eat or drink as much as you need to, and that will affect your gameplay. Not only that, but not keeping your blood sugar levels up will help that mind to just keep working. So, I am hoping that these gamers are sat there with a nice glass of water, maybe some fruit. Orange wedges are always a good one. Maybe a banana if you fancy it. Not a banana person myself. Prefer the oranges, but just something to keep that blood sugar level up and keep the minds going, because it's going to be a long day. I don't think this is done.
Okay. You think we see Iceberg?
I think Skybridge is Sicario's weakest map right now. That's where I'm at personally. That's the only way I'm looking at this. I do think it is their weakest environment. We've not seen them on Iceberg, so it's hard to say.
Yeah.
But other than Iceberg, I do think this is the place where Outcasts have one of the most comfortable chances to try and take a map off of them. Somebody's got to shut Goes down. Like, you're not going to shut Furlex down. We've seen this before. Furlex will go through his own phases. He's either going to show up or he's not going to show up. And the days that he doesn't show up, as rare as they are, that is the difference maker sometimes. He's not in that mindset today. He's fragging out like we expect for a Furlex. Goes is Gamba clapping people right now. Somebody's going to have to put a little bit of a stutter in that step, or they're going to fall prey to the shotgun. And I'm interested to see if it's going to be Fox, because map 1, Fox looked exceptional. Map 2, Fox has looked good, but quieter. They've got to try and work a bit more back into alleviating some of that pressure on Fox. We spoke about that 3-man drop from mid where Goes literally falls off into screen and ends up fighting Fox 2v1 because he's got support from bedroom, while Zaki is holding Walker off from Con to hell to be able to help him. Like, somebody's got to give Fox some help to give him some space to be able to fight that, because 3v1, what are you meant to do? Like, there aren't enough bullets for that.
I mean, on Skybridge, I think I look at the A defense, which is where Outcasts are starting here on map 3. They're starting the defensive side. We know how Walker likes to play. He likes to push up into long and short as much as possible, go prone in smokes, whatever awkward, ratty spot he can find on A defense. And, I mean, VIP control is going to be a very interesting battle, and see who Outcasts send forward to take control of that portion of the map, because we know Blitzer Girl is steady on B defense, and if that is where she's at on Skybridge this go around, then we know that's a consistent factor for Sicario to have to get through if they are going to make this a true two-site game. But around the A site, if Sicario can bowl over Outcast, if the Outcasts aren't playing as their normal confident selves after a rough 2 maps to start off this best of 5, then it might be that 3-0 sweep that you were predicting numerically earlier. I don't know about the team prediction.
So the way I'm looking at this right now is that Skybridge, I mean, of course it's very, very crucial now because Sicario are at series point.
Yes.
But if that was not in the equation, let's say we're at a 1-on-1 scenario going into this map.
Okay.
Even if Sicario go down 2-1 here and go down like to the point where they're not comfortable in Iceberg, it just I don't see this being a bad 5th map for Sicario in current state even now. They go down 2-1 here, they go into Iceberg and they lose Iceberg. I don't think they care. I don't think they were ever intending to play Iceberg. So if they go to Iceberg, I don't think they're going to give too much of a monkeys about losing Iceberg. I think they're just going to go, that's fine too. We won the first 2 maps. We're chilling. Get some energy back. Ballers map 5. We're good. Like, quite happily maybe take the L on Iceberg. So I really don't... Like, I worried that Iceberg becomes a reset for them. Even if they do lose this map, and then they do lose Iceberg, they can go, it's okay. That's fine. Final game composure. Goes wild. Sicario get it over the line. It's Skybridge. I mean, I'm looking at VIP. Shotgun is VIP. It is normally where the majority of that A-site pressure is contested.
Yep.
Kiyoshima, Luki, both exceptionally good at mid to long range fights. That B-site plays into that mentality a lot. The spears that come with it, something I'm going to be watching as to which of the 2 teams would have better fights at the longer angles. Blitzer Girl's the one to watch to match on that. She'll be the one that will be playing down those long ranges on that AK. Yeah. It's where the AK-12 comes into its own. Sometimes you feel in the close quarters fight the slightly slower fire rate or the slightly reduced damage on the 7M40 for the trade-off in its consistency lets you down. The longer range fights, that's where that consistency comes to bear. You can hit heads after heads and transfer without too much wobble coming in from your own weapon. An aim punch is a lot easier to control when you're not really having to do anything because your gun's already a laser. You're merely just micro-adjusting for slight bits of knockoff. So it's a tough one. It's really going to come down to the fights again. Are Sicario going to be able to read the book that is the Outcasts.epa approach? They've looked like they've prepared very well so far. I have to give it to Sicario. The tactics that the Outcasts have taken to the table, Sicario have not necessarily pre-read, but they've been aware to very quickly and have adjusted very well to.
And yesterday, I think back to their Skybridge performance against Pandaric, which ultimately was a loss, but they started out on attack, and first round, Sicario runs it down B. They straight up rush B, and it catches Pandaric off guard, if memory serves. And I think those sort of pocket plays, I wonder if they use that to try and throw off the Outcasts again, who have been through the ringer in this series. A difficult performance on Bay 5 if you're going up 5-1, and then 4, you start to come back, but then it falls short. Just too big a lead for Sicario to really give up in that first half when it was a 6-2. And so, I mean, it's going to be those frustrating pocket plays that Sicario can use to disrupt the Outcast game plan here. And we should be getting in shortly now, so I want to keep an eye on where Sicario go to start us off. If they're kind of feeling the rhythm of this series, the momentum, and they do just try and run it down B and see if that works against a player like Blitzer Girl. And if it does, then Outcasts are in a bit of trouble.
I'm not sure how confident I would be a team throwing a first B round into the Outcasts. I really like to see. Yeah, I do feel like EPA, especially in their 8 sins period, were very comfortable playing around that B side. They were one of the more active teams to play towards that B side of the map. And you have to think that if you've attacked a lot on that side, you have a good understanding of how the defense should work. So to be tested, I mean, look, it's great saying that this preparation is put in, but Sicario have outperformed the preparation, or have outperformed this approach so far from the Outcasts with whatever that's been thrown at them. I mean, literally with whatever that's been thrown at them. Even when things that have been thrown at them haven't connected, they've still managed to get it over the line. So it looks tough. It looks really tough. You have to feel as an EPA fan right now, you're looking for like a standout performance from somebody. Maybe Kane is pissed. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's just time for the Hulk to go wild, you know?
I mean, he did look his best form, I think, this weekend in that last map on Fort. Even though it was a loss for Outcast, I think Kaner had some really good moments, and those are sort of the opportunities that he has to seize to pull even more weight in the roster. And with him being the substitute and typically on the lower side of the scoreboard for them in subbing in, I think there have been eyes on Kaner's performance, but he's stepping up, and it does take time playing against the top squads in European Tarkov Arena. It takes time to really get into that and find your place. And so for Kaner, who has been doing it a while, but not consistently enough in the starting roster, maybe it does take a moment, and he could be that player to really step up here.
Yeah, he's not played in a while. I mean, it's the first time he's played in a long time. Obviously, with the main 5 being around, with Pablo being part of that squad, they've been practicing with Pablo as part of that squad, and therefore, obviously, Kaner's not played as much game time as the member that he has been replacing. It doesn't matter who it is that he ends up stepping in the place of. As a team, your directive is to make sure that that main team is as prepared as possible going into game day, and therefore you practice with that main roster. Of course, you give time to your subs as best you can to keep them developed alongside that of your main squad, but it is hard to give them the same amount of playtime and experience. So with that being said, Kaner is a tough task that's been asked of him to come into this weekend, finals weekend, you know, without having a feel of any of the competition the weekend before. Is a rough one. But there's one thing that speaks to his character, and this is something that I think a lot of the Outcasts EPA members respect and appreciate from having Kaner in the side, regardless of his performance on the day, is that environment buff. He is the mental of the squad. He keeps that positivity, he keeps the energy, and he cracks jokes. It's some of the, you know, that's where some of the body shooting comes from. That's where some of the friendship flag comes from. You know, he gives him the good old, you know, hey, take one, because it's like, yeah, like I'm gonna come and get you. Trust me, I'm gonna come and get you. Watch me. And if you try and challenge me back, it's more motivation, and then it does help bring the squad up alongside him. So I mean, maybe that's what the Outcasts need to look at here. Maybe they need the Kaner factor. They just need King Kaner on the hill, and a miraculous performance in a round or two to inspire them back to some success.
I mean, the keeping a strong mentality is extremely important. You don't play a ton of best of 5s in this esport right now, unless you're at the very end of a tournament like Pinnacle. And so these teams have to keep it together for a long period of time, especially for whoever does emerge from this series victorious, because they have to go and play a whole other one against upgraded competition in Pandaric Apex. And so you really do have to keep a sound mentality. And for teams that are relatively young, I mean, just on a scale of how long these units of 5 have been together, it's not easy to build up strong mentalities and keep them sound for an entire potential 10 maps. I think that's a little optimistic at this point, but still, we can dream of a 5th map in this series, and a full 5-map grand final would be a fantastic cherry on top for the tournament. So you do have to hold it together.
We're going to guarantee to get 5 maps today, but that's cheating. That's because we've got 2 series.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Crack. That's great. 5 maps guaranteed. Everyone can celebrate now. Yeah, that's we'll go get 6 actually, if you really want to be happy about how many maps we get to see today.
6 maps. He's insane, chat. Big Shaq over here on my left with great quick map play there. Love to see it. Although, the one thing that I'm sure you know, and the chat's probably all very aware that I'm excited for, is looking forward to the Grand Finals map selection process to see whether Iceberg is guaranteed or not. Well, here we go. That for the future. For now, the gift of the present. Sicario find themselves 2-0 up, 1 map away from stepping up to that Grand Final.
Well, here we go again. Map 3 and do or die for the Outcast as well. Fox playing that VIP position and already chewed up and sat down to spectate the rest of this one. It's first blood for Sicario, but there's a quick answer. Ghost will fall as well. And no early B rush for Sicario this time around, but it's just simple sound A play for Lex. So he puts a girl out and it's a 4v3 for Sicario to work with now.
And no surprise, Zaki's here on the MP7, using that small submachine gun for a bit of mobility. Better in the slightly tighter corners when trying to access through from bench. Device being planted, 48 on the clock.
Oh, Walker does take a slight skim. Bullet grazes him, but that one will do the job to Kaner at the very least. Walker still dodging left and right. 2v2 now. Nemenos will stop Furlex from going demon mode, as he did in the last couple of maps, actually, if you count the back half of Bay 5, but it's 1v1 for round number 1, and Lukey is just running around VIP, back onto site, around the right position, back into VIP. This is truly a professional game of Ring Around the Rosie, and right now, Lukey, the winner of it is Nemenos, now has to defuse, and there is not time to get back to the bomb. That's a bit of a tilter. Outcast so close. They get all the kills, but they don't get the defusal off, so Sicario keep rolling.
One thing I will say, though, is Nemenas is really starting to pick up now. That's a 4-piece. It is only the first round, and it's not enough to be able to save the round, but it's going to be a confidence booster, and that's one of the things that we were speaking about a little bit was it does feel like the Outcasts had lost a little bit of that gusto that had come out in the first map that really saw them looking so good for those first 5 rounds.
That's a start for Sicario, but round number 2 is an important one. Outcast typically had an answer early, back and forth cracked. We've typically gone at the start of these maps.
That's another one that's gone towards KFC, where a grenade's gone right off in the face of an adversary that's just looked at the explosion and then joined the pretty colours. That member down on the floor. Walker's finding himself a little revenge for going down the round before. Zaki's response also 1-for-1 goes to 1-for-2. Nemo is there to back Walker up. That's a new look. Blitzergirl's going to catch a flying Furlex. He's going to jump straight into the crosshair. Keo caught on a rotation. It looks like Sicario have swapped places with Outcasts completely from the last 2 maps. What's going on, Bepic?
Oh, Walker's playing. I mean, this is something to be expected from Outcasts. This is how they like to defend. And playing off of Walker's aggression right there was expertly done. Nemenos and Fox now occupying important territory around KFC. Nemo's down long. I mean, this is a near impossible situation for Lukey because you have to clear everything considering where Outcast could be. And Kaner's just holding a standard defensive position as well, back sight. So Sicario get dismantled there, thanks to Outcasts playing as Outcasts play defensively.
Very interesting. This is something that really makes me smile. So the changes to Skybridge have alleviated a bit of the attacking side pressure. It felt very strong as an attacking team to hit the A site on Skybridge when the map had its state just before some of these angles were adjusted, and that piece of scenery stopped the spawn nade. Now, much more even fight. 3 quick kills come through. Nemo nails one with a grenade. Kana find one apiece each with their weaponry. It's a little bit of quick dress sense of fashion. Finds Zaki caught up a little bit dissuaded from the gunplay for now. He's going to dip, duck, and dive away from the pre-fire out of Nemo and think about otherwise options towards the B site.
Walker is in jungle position right now. It's not a jungle position, close to escalator. But regardless, Zaki moving towards B. We'll find out where Walker lays shortly as He is so deep behind enemy lines. Kyoshima watching VIP to see if Outcast push the issue, and hello, Walker. He completely catches Zaki, who was kind of checking for it, but there's no way to know exactly where Walker's going to be in that situation, so this should be another win for the Outcast. Those 3 kills that just dropped at the same time early round get them a lead here early on Skybridge.
2-1 lead and 7-1 steamroll styles worth of a performance in the first 3 from Nemo is scary to look at. However, Mr. Bepic, 5-1 looked really good on the first map.
True. That's a bit of a sore subject for Outcast fans, though. Let's hope they can keep a lead like that if they get one again the second time around. But you don't get this far without a decent bit of mental fortitude. But 2-1 isn't 5-1. Still have to work for it. Good bit of util will soften Zaki up. Bomb holder up long, but Fox jumping will be sniped out of the air by Goes, and it'll be a nice start for Sicario. Despite losing a good bit of HP, they've yet to lose a man.
A little bit of a slightly looser start to the round from the Outcasts as well. Sees 3 of them getting knocked down in quick succession instead of the previous Uno Reverso. How the tables have turned. It's going to be a good play out of Nemonas, though. I think it's ridiculously well placed. Second, third swings in the same position, though, and Nemo's having to respect VIP too much, ends up getting taken out. It is a good 2-piece, but it is just a 2-piece. Sicario claim themselves a number 2 on the board as well, leveling us up 2 apiece per side, taking us to an even scoreline.
Sicario are so willing to play the entire map against Outcasts, who aren't sitting back, resting on their laurels, playing back of A, just waiting for the attack to come in, spraying through smoke, seeing if they can find a pick with Sicario moving through their early round protocols, but instead, Outcasts play everywhere, and Sicario are watching for flanks perfectly. They're ready for Walker to push up through B into heaven, wherever Walker may be. Sicario are prepared at the moment, so good sign going forward, and that's how you have to play if you're going to be Outcasts on a map that they could steal away from Sicario. This was a Sicario map pick, and showing why at the moment.
Yeah, mouse button 1 warrior doesn't end up working out from the floor. It finds themselves corpse. Walker's trying to play a sneaky little game. He's going to get 1 for his work. Has to be worth 2 at least. The bomb going down, that's big. Second is there. Now, can Walker survive the onslaught? He's got 3 members surrounding him and support coming in from heaven. Maybe just in time. Third goes down. That's the crucial one.
Emo enters the kill feed as well. Support from heaven here. And downrange, Kyoshima has 2 players that know the general vicinity where he's at. Nemo will spot him, and bomb nearby. Kyo walking over, looks to pick it up, but waiting to see if Sicario or if Outcasts give him anything to work with. Walker pushes aggressively, as he's known for, but Kyo will get the bomb and get out. Nemo spots that, though. We'll start hustling back towards A. The chase is on.
Yeah, Walker's going to sit on the B site as well because he knows full well Nemo matches this. Nemo beats into sight here. He's going to creep VIP, make full audio. Now Kyoshima has to respect it. Nemo is not going to peek. They put pressure down. Kyo knows from the previous first map on Fort here where he didn't challenge that he can commit to the plant. Kyo reads it, adjusts, plants, places, and gets the kill, but Walker's ready in time. It's a big 4-piece from Walker Bepic, and it ends up winning the round from start to finish after fighting from down numbers in the trenches all the way back to the A site.
Big time individual step ups early on for Outcasts. Nemonas filling the kill feed with 10 already, averaging 2 a round, and Walker there with a massive 4K to lock down B and put Kyoshima in that awkward 1v2 that, credit to Kyo, he almost pulled off, but didn't know quite when and where Walker would be appearing in that final 1v1 to get round 5 over the line. So he does fall victim to Walker on a tear that last round as B was closed for business with Walker at the helm of the door lock.
Yeah, somebody forgot their pass on the way through the door, and Walker's on security. There's no mercy. No prisoners being taken. Interesting, Kiyoshima finds a really early pick onto Walker, actually, maybe looking for an aggressive push out. It's followed up by both Nemo and Fox through the smoke. A-Site is now completely and utterly not... Wait. I mean, it's not in favor for Sicario, but they don't care. They're not looking for A. They're already on the B site with just members, and there's only one here to stop it. It's Kana. It's Kana no longer, as he is gone.
Okay, so 5v2 now. Nemonos and Fox can pull this off, but Sicario have so much time to set up around B that Luki is pushing back towards the attacker's side, and will be set up nicely for Nemo and Fox if they ever get to push. As Furlex is holding the same angle, takes an initial frag, and poor Nemo. 1v5 now. It's all but a formality here. Zaki closes things out. Sicario, get us level.
Yeah, I've seen that film. I know how that one ends. 10-4. It's an outstanding scoreline, but it's 3-3 for the teams overall. The kind of performance being required to keep pace with Sicario is intimidating. To think that one of these two teams has to go up against the likes of Panderic in the finals after this must be a daunting thought. Nevertheless, on the go. 1:45 on the clock. Sicario still 2 more rounds of their attacking side to try and make a dent in the scoreline.
This Fox versus Go's battle in VIP has been a fun one to watch. Go's getting the better of Fox several times now, and that deep smoke, Kiyoshima is going to push around it, but using this newfound VIP control, Sicario are just pulling off a bait and switch, sending Go's up to try and be a nuisance, a distraction to the Outcast defense that may or may not be ready for a 4-man push towards B. Two players strong. Walker was good a couple of rounds ago, posting that big-time 4K as the girl chimes in, but it's Walker again doing work as Nemonos finds a kill up towards A, and so that does thin Sicario out. Go's won't be allowed to join Furlex, who is now the only player left standing on the B site. Kana around a corner is found out by Furlex. Perfect awareness to isolate that first fight. And now Furlex will set his sights towards heaven. That is where Nemo is, but Furlex doesn't play it patiently enough. Nemo peeks around, has the timing on his side, and Outcasts will keep their lead.
Only for one. Only by one. Another round left before we swap sides, and the Outcasts really need to take the advantage of this one here. The question is 5-3 going to be enough when they go onto their attacking half? Can Sicario slip one through on the way through and level it up is the one I'm looking at right now.
Well, Sicario, I mean, an even half, down 5-3, I think I'd back them either way. They've still continued to look strong, and Walker now has his aggression punished again. Nemonos actually getting the kill there, but it was lined up for Furlex. More team kills on the Outcast side. That one somewhat forgivable, but still not helpful whatsoever. Sicario stand 5 members strong to the 2 now of the Outcast. Puts a girl in Canern. We'll have to clutch up now, otherwise this half is tied.
Got to get past these team kills. That's a good kill on site to get the device dropped, but it only ends up being just that. 4 apiece we go into the half, completely tied up. The Outcasts move to the attack, with 5 rounds between either side claiming Skybridge. However, the tone drastically different for either team. 5 rounds separate Sicario from a smooth sailing course 3-0 out of the lower bracket grand final into the overall grand final. 5 rounds for the Outcasts guarantee them another map to fight for. But that's it for now. It's not even thoughts of the grand final just yet. It's simply survival.
It is survival from here on out for Outcasts. They need a half win, or at least overtime, I suppose that would do, just to prolong Skybridge a little bit longer. But for Sicario,
sorry. Real quickly, just to note for the folks at home, take a look at Furlex. And take a look at his weaponry.
Aha. Prepared for some long-range fights here. Has looked extremely good so far. I think posting 42 kills across the 2.5 maps of play here. I was just adding it up, thinking about how Furlex topped the charts on Fort, had a great back half of Bay 5, and now Furlex being boosted, spotted a couple of players, but unable to confirm any kills. That does take out Kaner. No scope necessary. That's just the kind of day Furlex is having.
Bonk. There goes Nemo. You don't even need to talk about it. You can see it coming a mile off. He's cooking. He's absolutely frying.
They still need to get the round over the line. Blitzer Girl and Fox. 2v4. But Furlex, okay, stopped by Zaki. One of the kills for himself here at the end of round 9. Kiyoshima gets one of the pair sat down. And in a 1v2 now, Fox is making this look doable. Will stop Kiyoshima's potential closeout couple of kills, but Zaki and Goes have been as steady as they come for Sicario. A jump spot there will confirm Fox's location on site. And the Outcasts could use a big moment like this, a big comeback, a big clutch up by Fox, who spots the forehead of Zaki. Final 1v1 is what it comes down to, but Goes stops a triumphant Fox in his tracks. 5-4 Sicario.
This is a very close game. This is a very close game. Furlex makes it count. You can't argue it yet. It's one round. It's one round. He gets 2. And he gets 2 from a good play that helps both deny the bomb making it to site and then the second following up. And it's got to keep making a difference. Is he preparing for that ace? Are we going to see a Titanic sniper duel down for the grand final?
Ooh, I wouldn't mind that. A trip to Skybridge with that ace performing like he has been this weekend. And Furlex hitting shots like, well, so far the 3 that he's hit. That's a nice start. Goes chimes in again. Seems to have Fox's number. Kaner, and that was a little kiss right there with Goes. But Kaner gets the kill. No friendship at the end of the fight. An Outcast.
This is also tech.
3v3. This is a necessary round, it feels.
I'm clutching the edge of my seats because that's tech, by the way. That TIG will shoot completely through Blue Train. If he hits that, it will kill him with the wall bang. That is 100% possible. It gives me absolute shivers to watch with what accuracy these players are able to read rough positions that people are sat behind cover. It's absolutely out of this world. Furlex, however, is not aware of the rotation just yet. Now they match, but it doesn't matter. Zaki's still here. The Outcasts did not realize that Sicario, with those numbers, would still have a lurker, and it's just down to Kaner.
And poor Kaner in VIP, perhaps stuck there. Furlex downrange will close out the round in spectacular fashion. The time to kill. He'll just take a peek through the scope quickly. That's all he needs to confirm accuracy. Wonderful couple of frags out of Furlex there, but overall, a wonderful round out of Sicario. They rotated quickly when the play shift to A. They locked down B, and Outcasts don't have too many options at the moment.
Round number 11. The Outcasts now, after the half, 2 rounds without any success. The early nade out of KFC goes off in the face of Kaner. He takes half of the damage. Trades back, blitz for 1. AK-12 doing the work. Nemo to E-Bot. Set up for retake from Sicario, but they're not looking to retake with positioning on this side of Apex wall. They're actually looking to deny. Zaki gets 2 through the smoke.
That hurts. There's a third. Kaner's down as well. The bomb along with him. And Nemenos has been posting kill after kill on Skybridge, but this would be a spectacular clutch up, considering his health, considering the position he's in, having to grab bomb now, and in a 1v2, heal himself up a bit, but still, Furlex and Zaki to get through, who have been on demon mode. Furlex just overall switching to that marksman rifle. Zaki with 3 frags this round. Nemo playing around E-Box now. We'll see if he decides to push this or head back for a potential plant. He's got plenty of time now. Waiting to see if Sicario get aggressive, but Furlex is holding an angle patiently. And that's that. Sicario post 7.
2 away from a place in the grand final. 2 away from a fight with Panderic Apex. It's just not quite been there. And I thought it was Nemo that was the one that was getting the rough end of the stick when it came to friendly fire. Put himself a teammate down per map so far, but Walker also then gets involved in the shindigs as well. A bit of wayward utility, which happens once in a while, catching a teammate rather than an enemy. But it's these little bits, just little bits of mistakes and unfortune that are not going in their favor. That grenade to KFC again is just delaying the entry. Too aggressive out of bench. Luki's already here. Kiyoshima's already out. Kios for 1, Luki for 1, Blitz for 1, Fox for 1, doubles, 2 for 2.
Shy there in the utility. Luki ducks around cover and is tucked into sight, but Walker realizes that position and will put Outcasts in an advantageous spot, 3v2. This is something they have to capitalize on. These player advantages cannot go by the wayside any longer. But Furlexen goes. They're back of sight. Are being smoked off, but that doesn't stop them in the past. Lead through the smoke. Won't connect with either. So Outcast trying to win the utility battle. Now through smoke, Walker spots goes temporarily. Who's now gone prone. This could catch Walker off guard once that smoke does fade eventually. And we'll see what happens when it does, as this is a devious position for both players.
Crucial shuffle gives his position away. He moves slightly on the floor, and that audio reads him. Down goes. A little misplay there, actually. Completely ruins the trap he sets. There's no way Felix is going to step and challenge. There he is! Felix is going to hit it! Shit.
Surely not. There's no time. Furlex has to push 2 separate parts of the map. No health, yeah. Walker will confirm it, and that is composed from Outcasts. Walker does quite well to will his team to 5 there, and still, we're prolonging Skybridge. These are long maps that we're playing between Outcasts and Sicario, but Outcasts, with these deficits, they have to really hold it together and go on runs themselves to get back and actually post a tick mark on the scoreboard now to stay alive in Pinnacle.
That went from 0 to over 9,000 so quickly there as well. I thought we were having a moment of patience, and Ghost was set in the best position possible, but shuffling whilst prone is so audible. Slightest millimeters worth of error, and that's all you need. You give Furlex a millimeters worth of pixels, and he'll take your head off as well. Fox finding out that that fable's not a myth.
Furlex just waiting. That next opportunity. A poor fish to enter the jaws of the shark. Furlex willing to clamp down, but none so far. Kaner, bomb on his back, will hustle away, playing around Nemenos, but still 2 players down already for Outcasts, and Furlex will have spotted Kaner, attempted a parting gift, but won't connect it. So the play potentially shifts back to A, but Outcasts are taking their time with this one. Trying to see if Sicario will give them anything to work off of, but Sicario are keeping their feet planted on Skybridge right now.
And Sicario have decided actually to back that player off close red to connector to encourage the plant. Like, they've realized that Outcasts are just swapping from site to site and playing it, so they just want them to commit to a site so they know which side to play with. Time down, 35 on the clock. Bomb now being planted. Furlex is close on red. He's going to take a shot towards side. The device down and not hitting either. Third 2 is going to give space for Nemo. Third step, Felix doesn't miss the mark 3 times in a row.
He's got 1. That's a start, but that'll be the finish as well. It took Blitzer Girl 1v4, everyone downrange to shoot at. Far too many targets and far too many bullets sent her way as well. Sicario are now just 1 round away from another opportunity to topple Panderic Apex in the grand finals, but still do have to close out these pesky Outcast players.
I refrained from making a underhanded comment there, which is going to be extremely valid. I'm going to be really honest with you. It's going to be on Sicario to take out the Outcasts lineup in this final round, hopefully.
And you went with it anyways.
I went with the polite version, yeah.
That's kind of you, but it has been a rough day at the office for the Outcast. Team Kill's a fine example of that. Walker's already down for the count here. Round 14 could be the final one of our lower bracket final. Goes, spots Nemo as well. Jumping, both players at one point during that fight, but Nemo does get the better of Goes. Blitzergirl chimes in as well, and Nemonos on a sliver of HP. Still, is trying to be productive here, but Furlex is starting to have his way with this round. These are the two players you want in the late round closeout. If you're a Sicario fan, Zaki and Furlex have been doing work all day long and could be the two to send Sicario to Grands.
Well, it's Fox. Left last alive on his own. Nemo ran to his death, unfortunately, having very minimal health left to speak of. He slipped on that magical banana peel that a couple of players have fallen prey to, thanks to the shotgun coming into the meta, or more importantly, flesh damage coming into the meta. Fox, with time on the clock, though, is looking to try and loot a couple of bodies for as much help as he can possibly get. Try and give the Outcasts another life in this game. Look at the slow creep. They're playing audio so smart and well here, and Fox has no... He's going to get really fortunate with timing, actually. Damaged limb not helping him either.
That's that. Cracked. It's a 3-0 for Sicario. And Fox gave it a go there at the very end, but Sicario remained steady all day long. They're off to Grands now in pretty rapid fashion as well.
You have to feel there for the Outcasts across a multitude of occasions. Sicario played exceptionally well throughout the games, 20 and 8 on Furlex, and a little bit of flair at the end there as well, just maybe warming up, like we said, for that grand final duel with the Balti Master himself in that case. But it did feel like a slow start out of the gate after a great first 5 rounds. And then mistakes that at this level of the tournament, Epic there's no room for them, unfortunately, and that's where it ends up falling apart. Sicario did not fall prey to unforced errors, nor did they get themselves collapsed under pressure when they were being pushed in lower number scenarios. Well played all around.
They stay composed. They had the star power of Furlex to really propel them on Skybridge. That was a gorgeous couple of shots that he opened up with. You mentioned him switching to the marksman class, and then Furlex demonstrated prowess almost immediately thereafter, and does set up a battle with that ace potentially in the grand finals. As Panderic Apex, I'm sure we're watching that matchup against or between Sicario and Outcasts, and how one-sided it was, how fresh Sicario, I'm sure, are feeling heading into a best-of-5 Grands. Because, I mean, think back to the last Pinnacle. This matchup in lower bracket finals, when all 5, Sicario had to reverse sweep, and then they move up to Grands, get 3-0'd right quick by Panderic Apex. And, I mean, I don't know if we're going to see a repeat of that again, because Sicario look on point today.
I don't know if they're the same demon that Panderic is right now. I mean, we didn't see the same Panderic yesterday as we thought we were going to. The captain denied entry by electricity, nonetheless. It was yesterday. And, I mean, Crank, you don't have to say anything else. Crank's doing an exceptional job. I don't think Crank's considered a substitute at this moment in time. I think we all in the casting considered him a 6th starting roster member for how much he's played and done a great job at contributing, not only at the level of his team, but even having his own individual pips and performances to go by. So, yeah, looking to see which 5 players make it to the table and what they're going to look like versus this Sicario squad that is very, very good. They look on form, which is something that's refreshing to say and new to say for a little while. So, about time. Good work, Sicario, honestly. Really, really good best of 3. And we said they've got to give themselves the best chance at this final. Well, keeping it to a best of 3 instead of going the whole distance to the best of 5 was exactly the way. So far, so good.
That was a complete performance from Sicario, I think, all around. On both sides of all three maps that they played, they looked solid. I mean, well, there was the 8-round run that they went on Bay 5, the 6-2 defensive half performance they had in half 1 against Outcasts on Fort. I mean, my Skybridge, we just watched how good they can be in defense. This is a complete Sicario roster today, and it's good to see because it does tee up a battle of the Titans in grand finals where, I mean, it's not just league play determining a winner. It is a straight up best of 5 on potentially all 5 maps that Tarkov Arena has to offer competitively. And this is what we're here for, Cracked. This is why we've been waiting for Championship Sunday for all stellar 3 competition days of Pinnacle thus far.
Maybe Iceberg. I'm going to give
Maybe.
up, honestly. People are going to be sick of hearing me saying it at this point, but maybe. No. Definitely not over in 3. I think we're at least seeing 4 maps here. I think regardless of which way this goes, both teams are definitely worth a map apiece before we start separating it. I think it's interesting to look back at the tournament journeys for both teams so far. I mean, Sicario found themselves doing relatively well out of the gate, but a lower bracket run to bring themselves up to that grand final is not something I think we'd expected to be saying from Sicario if we were looking at Season 3 Sicario. Season 4 Sicario, we definitely weren't expecting them to be favoured as being maybe one of the 2 up there fighting for the spot. But at the same time, that's why we love these kind of tournaments. They don't always work out exactly as the paperwork says before we dive into the matches. So we get to sit and watch and we find out ourselves for realsies what the facts are. And sometimes it takes a pop-off play from an individual player. Sometimes it's a team performance that sees them over the line. But I tell you what it is that sees the tournament over the line every time, and that's you guys in the chat turning up and keeping it hype. So I'm going to take a moment to tip our hats to you that have taken your time to come and join us here today. We appreciate you. Thank you for turning up, showing out, and helping us blow the roof off of the tournament, because, I mean, who wouldn't want to turn up to a HUD Premier event partnered up with BSG in the current state of things? EFT competitive arena is continuing to grow, expand, and become more competitive at the top tiers of the rankings. Teams are starting to understand each other a little bit better and starting to get a feel for how we fight each other on different maps. There definitely are favoured maps per team now as well, which is helping develop this environment. So just looking forward to seeing what more we've got to come, and appreciating everybody that joins us along the way.
Well, we do know one thing for certain: a best of 5 final to put an end to the conversation of who is the best in Europe, as Sicario will take on Pandaric Apex for a rematch of yesterday's winners final after a short break and a highlight package of that final map that they just played against Outcast. Everyone stick around. That best of 5 grand finals coming up in a moment.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the final day and the final hour of the Hunt Premier Pinnacle Season 2 European Championship. We are here, partnered up with Battlestate Games on the Hunt Premier Twitch channel to bring you the live action and to conclude our grand final now. Not just the lower bracket final, which we have seen sail off into the sunset with a 3-0 Sicario victory. No, now Sicario get their final shot at glory. They get to take a shot at the champions, the previous Season 1 Pinnacle European champions in Pandemic Apex, and it's going to be across a best of 5. My name is Cracked Wisdom, here in the booth with Mr. Bepic to take you guys on a cruise through all of the blues and beautiful music that plays throughout the arena of chaos. Bepic, who have you got your eyes on for this one?
Oh, I mean, Pandemic Apex have everything going for them right now. They won the first matchup between these two in the upper bracket finals yesterday, and that was even without Bakizi, as we saw Crank and Cacao both in the lineup together for the Pandas. And today, well, we'll see what the starting 5 is, but Codex, Cacao, Rapid, that Ace, Bakizi listed as the 5 starters. We've got Crank as well, taking on a Sicario that, if you missed the lower bracket final, then that's Kiyoshima, Luki, Zaki, Goes, and Furlex looking to get some revenge against the Pandas for what was a fairly one-sided 2-0 yesterday at Pandemic Apex inflicted upon Sicario. So, look, Sicario have to take that momentum of the Outcasts win into this grand finals and just keep it rolling today.
Yeah, I mean, going to be looking at both teams with the Titans clashing off against each other to make the difference for their side, but we're also going to be looking at the scenery. And wait, color me not so surprised. Does that look exactly the same as it did just an hour ago, Mr. Bepic? Is that Bay 5 Fort Sky? It is exactly what we just saw.
Well, no, it's completely different. They switched out the Outcast logo for the Pandemic Apex logo.
Oh, true. You're right. You're so right, chat. That's why we bring in Mr. Bepic's attention to detail, never letting it slip inside of the arena. Top tier, sir.
That's what I'm here for. But yeah, exact same veto. I saw it populate in our spreadsheet. I was like, no way. We're just running back the lower bracket final with Sicario winning the coin toss to give them the picking, and then they choose Bay 5. No surprise there. Pandemic Apex head to Fort. Then Sicario back to Skybridge, where we just saw Furlex kind of conclude on quite the high note with 20 frags against Outcasts in the lower bracket final. But then Iceberg on the cards again as a potential 4th map if we see the team that loses map 1 rebound in any of the next 2 maps. But it's become kind of a curse at this point, not seeing Iceberg on stream. So perhaps the winner of Bay 5 will just be the champions.
Yeah, it really does actually confuse me, does this one, because I still believe that Skybridge is not a Sicario map pick in my mind. It feels like their weakest map to me, but that's also probably why I'm sat in the casting couch and not on a team. Flip side to that being said, though, if they're confident to take themselves to Skybridge, it might be a lesser of 3 evils at that point in time down the map pick selection process. Obviously, Bay 5, they enjoy the close quarters battle. Fort, we're not surprised to see Pandemic take us to that map, be it something that they've had a lot of strength on in the last half a year or so. Skybridge feels like a game that everybody's willing to play at this moment in time. It doesn't matter what team you're on. It doesn't necessarily seem to be a team-favored map unless you may be K3. But everyone just happy to play there, regardless of whether it's favored for them or not in the scenario. Iceberg, again, you know, people are looking to try and avoid this map as much as possible. So either team will be hoping for a 3-0 sweep here in the grand final, not having to risk it down to the best of 4, best of 5 sort of scenario. But I'm going to be honest, I think we might actually be comfortably in for a 4th map here. Not necessarily 5, but I do see us seeing one go one way or the other across the first 3. I'm not even sure which one it's going to be. I think the first 2 will be very heavily fought over, and then I think Skybridge might feel a little bit more comfortable.
And I'm interested to see the form in which Pandemic Apex come into the grand finals. If it is firing right out of the gates, if they've had a proper warm-up, compared to Sicario, who just played 3 quality maps against Outcasts there, because those were close maps, even though I think they held the advantage since they came back from that 5-1 deficit on Bay 5, which was map 1 there. They controlled those 3 maps, and so that's a good warm-up, a close competition against a quality opponent like that, and now you just keep going, keep the momentum going. You stop for a moment to do the map picks and bans for this best of 5, and then just jump straight back into it, a map pick that you're comfortable with on Bay 5. And yes, your competition certainly does upgrade, as the Pandas have looked so good over the course of the last several months, but still, I think Sicario are in a good position to maybe shell shock the Pandas early here.
Got to look at player for player matchups. You've got Bakizi going to match up alongside the likes of that from Kiyoshima. Goes, Codex, they're going to be, head to head for each other for placement. That Ace Furlex is going to be a Battle of the Titans for the range or the close quarters. In fact, we don't even know that that's definitely going to be the fight. I mean, just because Furlex pulled out the TRG on the back end of that Outcasts game doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to guarantee to keep bringing that style to the table either. Maybe that's a throw. Maybe that was the play. We're going to telegraph that and then not lean into it. It's completely on the table to be looked at. That's a Skybridge element, though. For Bay 5 first. And, I mean, Sicario went about Outcasts a very specific way on Bay 5.
Right.
Have they put the same amount of preparation in for Panderic?
Honestly, I don't know. They got the matchup yesterday. I would figure that they were anticipating confidently a rematch in grand finals, assuming that they would beat Outcasts. And so I think if there is a team you prepare for right now in Arena in Europe, it is Panderic. Everyone's trying to beat Panderic Apex at the moment, being the kings on the throne here, and they haven't lost yet in the upper bracket. And so there's a reason that that you step into a grand finals preparing for Panderic right now. They're expected to be their favorites. And so for Sicario, maybe they were withholding strats yesterday against the Pandas. Who's to say? But on Bay 5, they had better be ready to play. And they called a fantastic defensive half against Outcasts. It seemed like every time the Outcasts went one way, Sicario were ready for them with a 3 or 4 man stack. It was really impressive how much they countered the Outcasts on Bay 5 in defense for Sicario. And so I think that'll be a telling indicator of where they're at against Panderic, if they can outcall them in that same way to get those same advantages.
I think also rotations are going to be a lot more important for this one. We saw the Outcasts try and be quite mobile with their attacking strategy when they were given space to do those. Sicario played a better game of not allowing too much of that space to come into the equation, very much pack-a-punching their approach to a site, to one specific confined area. We saw a couple of times where Sicario had the map suffocated away from them on the attacking side because of how they approached it, but they also played and doubled down into their approach of hunkering into a site, and it ended up seeing them through. Instead of being distracted and dissuaded away from that aggression, they went straight forward and very much convincingly took their gunfights. That's another thing that Panderic are going to have to look to start off strong with for the mental game in the best of 5 here, is being able to match Sicario gun for gun, because I mean they're going to be feeling very confident after that best of 5 versus the Outcast.EPA squad. Only 3 maps required, and a comfortable 3 maps at that. They're going to be feeling pretty good with the guns.
And I mean, on that first half of play on Bay 5, I think where Outcast found a lot of success was with their initial pillars of defense, with Walker on A, Fox on B. That was what got them that early lead against Sicario. And those are the hurdles that Sicario had to get over in order to get those last 2 rounds of the half, and then kickstart what was a tremendous run to a win on Bay 5 once we swapped sides. And so getting through those pillars of defense, the big guns on the Panderic side that are the first points of contact, maybe around connector or on site on B, and then up close and personal, maybe not quite as much as Walker, because no one quite plays as aggressively defensively as Walker does, but Panderic Apex could certainly decide to throw that sort of wrench into the plans of Sicario with just up close and personal defense and good holds around A-plat.
I'm looking to see some of this flank play become a little bit more alleviated. We had a very quiet performance out of Blitzergirl from Outcasts.EPA in that sense, where that mobile playmaking style that she normally fits into is something that Sicario did a very good job of removing from the gameplay. Panderic, in their sense, don't necessarily have an extremely aggressive flanking player, but that Ace will try and create pockets of action through his playstyle to try and find a similar approach to the game as to what you see out of Blitzergirl. And I'm interested as to how well Sicario are able to weather that. It's not going to look the same, as the weapon platform is different. Obviously, that Ace playing more on the TRG ranged marksman style of play than the assault platform and the AK-12, but it's still going to do the same concepts with the work. It's creating space. It's looking for a loose player on the other team to give an isolated pick from that might just change the direction in which the bomb's going, or it might just allow the defense to take a step back. And something we saw Sicario do exceptionally well at so far today is when they got the second kill or the third kill that really puts the round in their favor, they retracted that pressure massively and just took a step back and said, nope, we don't need to win more. We've won enough. Now we need to guarantee the win. And they consolidate and they close rounds out in that final third of the round exceptionally well. More of that needed to take down Panderic, and then maybe even some.
They were extremely composed in those late round scenarios. That was what impressed me the most. Maybe outside of some Furlex shots in the marksman class on Skybridge, but for Sicario throughout that series, they were so good at closing out those advantageous rounds. The 3v2s, the 2v2s late, and on Bay 5, I think we're going to see a lot of those because I anticipate Panderic taking the fight to Sicario in mid a lot more than we saw Outcast doing. I think that's a part of the map that we'll see Panderic look to stake a claim to, sort of a sign of dominance on the map pick of Sicario. And so I think we're going to get a lot of maybe brawls at the start that plunge us into a bit of chaos and then see where we go from there. And that's going to be a key part of this matchup, is how composed everyone can stay in the middle of the rounds, the late portions of rounds. And that's where having stoic IGLs like Bikizi is, like Kiyoshima is, it really helps you a ton.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just looking through my book, actually. I was wondering which part of the cookbook we're going to be using to figure out which bit of this team is going to be dismantled first. You know full well Bikizi will have brought his novel, or his title, or the newest chapter in the story to bear today, as we see many a time the IGL from the Panderic squad cooks up something just a little bit special for them to be able to outperform what our expectations have been of them as we put it out on the table. We saw it Arena Cup Series 3, where they cruised their way from a lower bracket performance up the tables to impress us all. They didn't quite make it all the way there, but they've done the opposite this time in Pinnacle. They've sat themselves in the grand final after not having to do any extra work to get there. They've given themselves a day off up until now, and they've forced Sicario to have to fight off opponents to get to them. Now, at the top of the mountain, they stand there, previously crowned Pinnacle champions from Season 1, ready to defend their title against a resurging Sicario. A Sicario squad that, respectfully, in the Arena Cup Series 4 looked lost. A little bit lacking. Maybe even slightly demotivated. Not the Sicario that has turned up to Pinnacle. And we're delighted to say it's nice to see a return from this squad, but they're going to have to step it up harder than they ever have before if they are going to be able to take a chunk out of this Panderic Apex squad, let alone a map, let alone the title.
I think it is worth noting as well that they did fall to Panderic yesterday in the bracket finals without Bikizi on the Pandas side. And now Bikizi's back today. We have the lineup we were expecting for Pinnacle out of Panderic Apex. And so Sicario, they have to tap into the idea that showing up on Championship Sunday is what matters the most in an event like this, especially for the big teams, because you can kind of go on cruise control a little bit if you are a Sicario Panderic Apex in the first day or so. Just close out your best of one. If you're the top seed, you get maybe an easier matchup than an Outcast in the upper bracket semifinals. But then it's about showing up today once you have secured a berth into Championship Sunday, and Sicario have so far. So they can, if they keep the form from their first sets, definitely pull off an upset, but it's an uphill battle. The Pandas have been on top for a little while now, and Sicario have to do everything in their power to change that narrative.
You can hear a little bit of noise in the crowd, the excitement. Bikizi's back as well. You can see comments flooding in as where is Bikizi's book cook. Bikizi the best, IGL confirmed. Bikizi has the biggest blank in the arena community. I'm pretty sure Stranger Ping missed out bottle of water to go in there, right? Surely the Aquaman himself, the CEO of the Magic, yeah, and Movement He's got the best movement in the arena community. You fill that blank with many things, and it's true of Bikizi because of the multiple things that he has done. What should we say? Accolades, I guess he's collected. Titles for himself due to his various endeavors across base game and arena. Is one of the longest standing members across both. That, despite how much abuse he comes under fire from, he comes out the other side of it looking just as good as he did when he went into the mess. And not only that, normally with a kill feed of names to go alongside of it as accolades. I mean, this man does not stop cooking, and he's going to have to continue to do so if he's going to knock down the Sicario squad that's looking to be out for his blood. I mean, it's... Did you see? I think you just see what we're both just saying in the
Twitch chat, yeah.
This is Bikizi saved my life and made me great again. You guys are so original, honestly. I love it.
Thank you, Twitch chat, for enriching a small delay before we get into the first map. But I think that's an apt time to be reading a little bit of Twitch chat. And this is why I love to see. Like, everyone here is funny and charming, especially in Twitch chat. Normally you get some esports. Twitch chat's a little brain dead, but here it's quality memery for the most part. Some insight at times, but for the most part, quality memes.
These guys are good thinkers in the chat. We cannot thank them enough for their participation. I mean, absolutely. We say it, Hort says it all about it, don't we, Beffy? You cannot be here and not be having as much fun as we are in the casting booth. If you are, you're not doing it right. I don't know what it is. Unplug the seatbelt on the chair, turn the disco lights on the table. I don't know. Fix it. All right, go grab the kitchen sink and lob that in with the mix. You've not committed hard enough. Trust me, we're having a great old time. We hope you guys are joining us. We are tense to get into this one. I think this is the most anticipation we've had for a final in a long time. Not just because of how good our team is at the top of Pandaric, but honestly, it's that development from Sicario for me. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but they looked weak. This Sicario squad worried me that they might be falling out of the top 4 is in respective comparison how weak they were starting to look. I was concerned that the likes of K3 and Ancestral and so on and so forth, Spartans, were going to have a chance to pick up a surprise game against Sicario with how they played in the early stages. Concerning. They don't look like that anymore. And I do mean this in the sense of the growth from that stage is large. And it's really nice to see them returning to form in such quick fashion from that kind of a slump.
Falling out of the top 4 is a significant viewpoint on Sicario. And you weren't willing to call them weak earlier or weak in that lull, but I see now you've kind of graduated. Is it because they're playing so well? You feel all right saying they looked weak?
I'm so glad you said it like that because that is the perspective I'm coming from. It's not weak as in they are poor. It's respectively to how well they've shown up today. That is not the Sicario we expect. This is the Sicario that has earned the accolades and the reason we speak so strongly and highly of them. So let's look to see more. Ladies and gentlemen, your grand final. Pandaric Apex, That Ace, Bikizi, Crank, Codex, and Rapid taking off against Sicario, Zaki, Kiyoshima, Luki, Goes, and Furlex.
Here we go. It's a play around the alley of the A site for Sicario to open us up. That Ace has already been stopped in his tracks. Round 1 of the grand finals. Not a bad beginning for Sicario, who now pivot back towards B. That alley play was just a distraction, something Pandaric will have to keep track of going forward. And Zaki jumping along, we get a nice perspective of the pace with which Sicario are now moving back towards B, where there's only one player, and Rapid has been disposed of. Playing around Forklift, and now the rotations will be cut off by Luki, or will they? Codex finds an important pickup to keep this round a possibility for Pandaric.
Big step out from Crank. Big stepper, big stepper. Ooh. Crank able to convert on a great little bit of disco dancing. He's got moves like Jagger. Unfortunately, Bikizi's back's exposed, and Kiyoshima finds himself catching the ankles and then catching the ground. Concrete claims the corpse. Codex able to kick down the king from the previous Sicario squad. Kyo, normally the one leading the charge in the back ends of the rounds with his good composure. This time he's going to fall prey to running at the wrong time. 2v2. Device planted and 15 left on the clock. Codex is going to go for pressure defuse with Crank gets caught. This is doable. In, out. Get up for one. Second is behind him and Goes, completes the round, secures it for Sicario, but it was close.
It was, but again, it's the late rounding of Sicario there. They stay composed, and Goes posts another important multi-frag around B. We saw that in the Bay 5 comeback so much, where it was Goes. I mean, you think back to the double shotgun pop to pick up a 2K to turn, I think it was a 3v2, or a 2v3 rather, into a 2v1, and that's the kind of mid-round clutch factor that Sicario have been showing today. And right there, Goes comes up big, closes out the first round of Bay 5, and while the first round determines almost nothing, as we were given a demonstration of earlier, and for now, as Bakizi was saving the lives of our Twitch chat earlier, now he's taking lives of Sicario, leaving Kiyoshima as the last remaining member of Sicario, and that is a rapid round 2.
Got to be kidding me, yo! Hoist the colours, captain's back, Bakizi for a fat 4-piece, and oh my word, the chat was talking about 3 from the round before. Well, chat, here's your delivery. Fast food for the 4-piece.
Well, it's good to see Bakizi didn't lose a step after taking a day off yesterday. That's a wonderful hold of a quick A play. And Sicario, they look to move with a bit more pace, a more concentrated execution, play around A, and Bakizi shuts that notion down. Now, the bomb again is leaning towards that A site. Bakizi still there alongside Crank, but this time it's a bit more of a slow push. We'll see if Kyo wants to take Alley. He's got utility to help clear it out, but we'll see if Crank pushes into it. Kyo playing around a corner. Crank could time this well, but doesn't elect to push, as it is held by Sicario, and so Panderic finally bide their time, step into a fight, but one falls. Rapid, I think, died elsewhere. Now Sicario maybe pull the plug. They've got space towards B, but that ace will claim a bit of it back.
Oh man. Banana Peel claims the life of one in back alley. That ace is going to be able to bring Alter to bear. Second doesn't work out for his timing. Lukey actually able to take out that ace as he tries to predict the repeat and slightly cuts him off. 3 versus 3, and it's feeling very much like Panderic are navigating a ship in choppy waters with the way that Sicario are coming back with this kind of disturbance. Lukey looking, lurking, and liking what he sees. Finds the first as an isolated pick, separates the side. Sicario now 3 members strong. Bomb planted on B and 40 seconds left on the clock. Good position to take the lead in the first map.
Codex knows. He seems to anticipate Lukey's appearance around a corner. He and Crank will flush him out first, and that's well done. Codex and Crank playing together, cracking down on Lukey there, and still 2 players to get through. Zaki and Goes, clutch as ever in that series against the Outcasts, and now setting up a crossfire around the B site with Codex's health chewed up, but Crank around the corner, chasing down Zaki, kills him next to Forklift, but that defuse has to come in now, and it will be stuck, has to be stuck, as Goes runs in, and there wasn't time on the clock. Goes gets the kill regardless, and Sicario close out another close shave, but it's a round win.
This is going to be a good game. This is going to be a really good game already. I can tell the heats and the fires of both of the teams' eyes is already blazing like a forest fire ready to rampage.
We'd hope so. In a grand finals. Being a good game like this, Sicario coming to play.
This is something that defending sides have done a lot of on Bay 5 that has been very successful, but also has sometimes seen them very weak to be able to support a site. That ace having to make the difference, but this is something we've talked about time and time again for Panderic. That kit choice, the positioning, it just consistently makes that difference, and that's why it works.
Casey's up front. Goes trying to fire through smoke, see if he can come up with anything of significance, but nothing really doing. Crank at half health is playing that alley position, and Zaki will finish off the rest of that health bar. It's a nice opener, and it puts Bakizi in a bit of a weird spot. That ace is here to help, but Sicario, once again, making noise around A, but with players spread out through mid, one towards B, but it may not matter. Those players may not be a factor if they stay on the rampage they're on, if Zaki continues to be a sharp tip of the spear, though that ace can turn the sharpest tips of spears into blunt knives at the moment's notice, but he sat down, and well, this one is going to be a difficult retake for Panderic.
Yeah, Furlex looking to find his way through space that's been opened up in mid. Codex and Rapid both relatively close to each other. There's a pincer potential available, but Furlex is more than aware to the danger. Not only that, Rapid, caught in a little bit of a why are you coming fast scenario, gets himself put down very quickly. Codex. Gonna go down straight away as Zaki has the angle held very comfortably from the back of sight. Sicario take themselves to a second rounds with the lead in the gap. 3-1 on the scoreboard.
How are you supposed to be comfortable rotating site to site when you know Sicario players are littered throughout mid, maybe playing forklifts, parkour, just around every corner? There's a Sicario player that could be there waiting to cut off those rotations, whether it's A to B. They're playing the entire map right now. And when you have players attacking sites in tandems, like right there, Zaki gets a couple of kills to allow those players mid and B to stick around and just be nuisances to play well. If Zaki doesn't get those kills, the plan doesn't work out. This is such an interesting game plan for Sicario that they're executing to perfection, though Rapid will change things with first blood here in round 5.
Big swing out of Kiyoshima as we see both teams with the sides not afraid to get out into the open to try and duel for HP. Lukey finds one. That ace, big pick from Sicario's squad, takes out the Balti. Again, 2 versus 2 dueling for this alley control is not going to go in either team's favor. Bakisi is forced to retreat after tanking a bullet to the dome. A little bit of concussion in tow. Lukey finds Codex on the rotation. That's 2 big picks from Lukey as he's working on the outside of the action. 3 as Lukey is now really making a difference for his side.
Section's completely seated now. Bakisi and Rapid are caught away from each other. Wall put up. Both players have really 2 enemies to contend with. Rapid spots Kyo. That's 1 at the very least, but that's all that Rapid will get. Sicario are well on their way to claiming a 4th. Los Bakisi does something insane right now. Would have the Twitch chat going wild, but he just does not have the health for this. So many blackened limbs on his character display. And Bakisi against Lukey and goes. I think right now, you have to back Sicario.
There's only one man inside of this site that's able to walk with 1 limb left remaining, and that's Codex. A 1-legged man already in the ground. Panda's hopes of help for that round is also immediately banished. 4-1 Sicario take a confident 3-round lead on Bay 5. Lukey with a big performance in the last one. 3 quick kills. 7-1 on goes, though. Again, said it Bepic, and I'm going to say it again. Who is going to get goes under wraps?
Gotta be someone eventually. He's allowed to run rampant, as it was during the Outcast series. It's not going to be an easy way back for the Pandas here. Sicario again, targeting A with a sprinkle of Furlex over towards B, and looks like Rapid's checking for this. Maybe disposing of that potential linchpin player before Sicario can pivot based on his positioning. And Furlex backs off, still watching the mini-map, and so that 1v1 is postponed for now, though Furlex creeps back around. Rapid's ready for it, but that doesn't mean he can kill Furlex. That ace spots Goes jumping through his crosshair. Doesn't end up firing off, and Goes is back. I don't think that ace was expecting Goes to jump back into where his crosshairs were a moment earlier. So a strange round number 6 here, and there we go. That ace eventually does get the better of Goes, stabs him in the back. And so Pandaric take a 4v3.
It's great rotation from Ace, actually. Ghost doesn't realize that's not a friendly. 1-for-1 trades in the mid as Zaki and Bakisi both pick 1 each. Now trapped as Crank as Harbour puts some pressure down. The bomb on site being dropped in no man's land is really dangerous for Sicario here. Actually, good shots out of Zaki alleviates that Ace. 2 versus 2. Kyo very low on health. Inside, outside, Ninja. Ooh, good position. Out of Pandaric. Holds the bomb well. He's tucked in. He's tucked all the way in. Now he steps. Good job out of Crank. Is going to help secure this one for Pandaric. 2 versus 1 and 18 left on the clock. You've got to think this one's pretty much done for. Zaki's done this many a time before.
It's got to be quick kills, though. And Bakisi knows it. He just holds that angle, waiting for Zaki to turn around for him. And the Pandas, don't look now, but they're poised for a late first half run, it seems.
Captain top of the leaderboard, 8 in form. Big performance from Bakisi so far. It might not necessarily be a case of who's able to shut goes down as to whether Panderic can just simply match the dominance and the aggression out of Sicario every step of the way. They're 2 behind in the running on the scoreboard, but it's looked really even in each of the rounds so far.
The hustle play for Lex straight into B, and does spot one player, but there is a member of the Pandas harbor side. Rapid could be a pivotal flanker here to disrupt the round of Sicario, though they've moved with pace, so that flank could be a non-factor, and Zaki gets a kill through smoke and was ready for that connector player. So Rapid eventually making his way up through Harbor, does actually take out Zaki, Furlex, and Lukey. Rapid pronounces himself upon the scene, and there's another. The Pandas are back in this round, cranking Bakisi to close it out, but Kiyoshima has other ideas. The defuse is stuck and executed. How on earth have the Pandas pulled that out?
Kiyoshima ran out of magazine without getting enough bullets through. He got 3 out of the spear, 3 bullets out of 4 to not be able to kill the diffuser on sight. He literally ran the mag dry. He did everything, literally everything within his power to try and stop that and just couldn't quite get it. Panderic put enough numbers in the way to make it go through. I mean, you want to talk about robbing around back? That's an escape with the smallest of margins if I ever saw one. And Panderic are going to reduce that margin to an even smaller gap at 3-4 on the scoreline now.
Absurd finish there. Furlex is feeling hungry for a round one, as it has been a minute. Sicario drop a couple consecutively. And so, first blood for Sicario, and now they'll pause for a moment, but that ace is ready. He's mid waiting for that kill, and he is a little bit in no man's land. Has to be careful now, not get picked off, but got coverage. Codex helps out his teammates, and now 3v3 in the last round of half number 1 here on Bay 5. And let's see who emerges victorious.
Big on Crank, actually. He was trapped inside of a bit of pressure there. Now that ace has pushed aggressively through mid after some great work from Codex to alleviate that ace. So Codex lets that ace out. That ace now lets Crank out of a bad situation, gives him a chance to back off if he chooses to fight these guys coming through the alley door. Crank plays as well. He should take one fight and then try and kite into it, which he's going to do into that wrap position. Great choices, great decision-making processes from Crank, and he's going to come out with good shots and a good trade of damage on sight. It's Panderic perfection in the execution, in individual and in team play performances, and they are going to split the half at halftime.
And Derek, we're playing Pong right there, sending the last 2 members of Sicario back and forth between Crank and that ace, ultimately to their demise. And that's a nice minor comeback from Panderic there, down 4-1. Sicario, it felt like they were starting to have a similar run to what we saw them put on display against the Outcasts, and then out of nowhere, Panderic clutch up that diffuse that they pulled off in the slimmest of margins with Kiyoshima running out of bullets a couple of rounds ago. It helps give them a foundation now to stand on going into their attacking side.
I mean, Bakisi rocks one off the helmet whilst he's defusing that. By the way, that's some good fortune in the hands of the Pandas. They're going to be buying some lottery tickets tonight for sure, but it's a 4-4 scoreline nonetheless. I mean, Miracles have made it only to a tied scoreline. That's a crazy thought process. Is that aggressive out from Zaki as he's going to tuck in, ready to lay a trap for the Panderic push that's coming round. Kyo gets one, Rapid trades out. Zaki's good for the second. Is Rapid going to be able to trade him back? Rapid goes down as well as Furlex finds the kill, supporting Zaki in that back alley position. The first attacking round for the Pandas is all but stifled immediately.
Out A defense here. Sicario looked very good against the Outcasts on their defensive side earlier today. And now doing something similar. 2 players ready to stop that ace from maybe creeping back through, finding a pick that could open this round up. Is that ace? Round a corner. Ghost seems ready for this, but it's watched by Lukey, and the first man gets the frag. Sicario are back out in front.
Even with the special pocket rocket with the Glocks 18Cs, fire rate and quick TTK there, I don't think that ace stood a chance. You can see the 2 members of Sicario bottom mid stacked up, comfortably lying in wait for a lurking that ace. That's kind of what happens when you're on the TRG. When you have members of your team up to work off and with, it alleviates its self-pressure, not only just to being able to play at the same level, but it takes that skill to another level of just strength where you can pull off things that are so hard to counter. When left on its own, though, it requires you to make actual miracles happen just to perform at the same level. So, high risk, high reward. Sicario have a lead by 1.
Well, could be a good bit of utility now as Panderic have elected to attack Ali again, but this time to a little bit less resistance from Sicario as 2 are pivoting. Well, one's pivoting back towards B, the other
Oh, they
towards
smell
mid.
a fake. They think
Yeah,
it's fake.
and it is. The bomb is over towards B. Sicario again have a good read on their opponent here. Let's see if they can actually execute on the info though.
This is even worse for them as well, bearing in mind Felix's positioning. We're on board with Lukey, who picks up Hell, but also in the background, Felix has found one of the alley. That ace picks off Lukey, moving towards the site, but 1 versus 1. Kyo's lying perfectly where he needs to be. Felix found a second over on the A site as well. It's all going to pieces, Bepic, on both sides of the map. I mean, apologies as we're tripping over each other. Things are going down all over the place, and not one of them are falling in favor of the blue squad for the moment in time.
Well, Rapids left to pick up the pieces. Certainly capable, but isn't ready for goes. Sitting right here in the middle of the map. And that's what we talk about. Sicario, they litter players all throughout Bay 5 and are lurking at any given moment, waiting to pounce on a Panderic player that just trying to get around manageable again. Rapid wasn't ready for goes right there, looking elsewhere for potential emerging Sicario player, and once more, that confusion gets Sicario a round win.
I'm rather perplexed. I'm going to be deadly honest with you there. Watching that minimap was very interesting. Both reads on timing have been very well matched so far. That from Furlex is a gross off angle to be holding aggressively out of top mid. He's in no man's land, but the fact that he's there being so unpredictable is what makes it work. One back, Rapid finds a kill, but then Crank and Rapid both go down as Furlex and Goes come together to protect Beacon. Mid's aggressive, mid's immediately flattened.
It's another instance of Sicario cutting down these Panderic attacks so early in the round where now Bakizi in a 1v4 situation has to check everything, has to be silent as a mouse, and has the time to do it, but still needs to get quick kills when his location is revealed, and Zaki's inbound as well to cut off this potential move to the heart of the Sicario defense, and for Bakizi, there's one spotted at least. Furlex gets away though, and now Bakizi's location's been revealed. Sicario can play around this intel. Kiyoshima doesn't end the round right then and there, but there's no way Bakizi can get around all 4 players and keep his life.
He's just trying to play off of as much contact as he can to try and separate the shots. He's kiting people into angles, so he's trying to isolate one after the other, but Sicario, notice every time somebody takes a shot, they also reposition ever so slightly, so it's well played out of all 5 parties left alive, but Sicario do a good job of just not getting lazy. You can stand at an angle, you can pre-fire it, and then just hold it, and then you've given your information away and you get re-swung and killed. So, good choice to take a little bit of abuse, but also to make sure that even if it's just 2 steps more to the left, or just 1 piece of cover further back, so long as it's a different angle, it just keeps that pre-fire a little bit more delayed.
Well, 3 in a row for Sicario. Defensively, again, having a phenomenal half as they rattled off 6 consecutive on their defensive side against Outcasts, and now they're halfway there, and they won't need all 6 to close things out after a successful, at least tied up, attacking side as well, and that's already a phenomenal start. First blood for Sicario. If they keep this up, it's looking likely, but that ace does have other ideas.
Yeah, Felix managed to find his way away from a grenade that went off just underneath his ankles in the corner. Then steps out to go and try and top up that health that he'd lost from the chip damage and dies to that ace as Balti. One apiece as both teams have lost a member so far. The captain for the Pandas also down in the ground. 3 of the remaining attack squad move into this A site. Zaki is on site. Does not win out for the first, though. That point of contact is really big for Panderic. Rapid finds the rotation as well, so this strong push in.
He was just trying to fire at the next possible location a player pops out from, as Panderic had numbers and they knew it. That's a nice recovery round for the Pandas. A confident win there. That's the first time it feels like Sicario's defense didn't have immediate answers to losing members.
The improvement for me as well has been Panderic taking the numbers after the dust has settled from the initial conflict, and then taking that to a successful victory. Every time we've seen them go down in the numbers, it definitely works out against them. We see them keep the numbers and play it slow and steadily out towards the end of the round. Panderic have closed very well. So we're going to be look to Panderic to maybe to slow it down just a little bit. Guarantee that numbers advantage in the early part of the round. Be able to close it out a little safer this time around. The Lukey's a menace in Beacon parkour area for 2.
Well, that's not the way to guarantee numbers advantage. Unfortunately, lining up for Sicario, and that ace will do his job to try and get the advantage back on the Panda's side, but Sicario will have to falter a lot more for that to be the case, as Lukey is playing just outside connector. He's ready for it, pre-firing, but can't really connect with that ace. A little bit of health lost, but the kill gain, and now goes ready for Crank. Keo's trying to backstab Bikizi here. Action all around B at the moment, as Keo's trying to play into fuel and does see Bikizi, but also that barrel sending bullets his way. Keo's down for the count, and it's up to Zaki to get this round back under Sicario control.
Have to look to be a little bit crazy on this one. Crank on the tight angle. Took a tiny little bit of damage. The MP7 at that range in the distance, though, will have a little bit of fall off. Steps out into the line of that ace, and that's going to be the end of the round for Panderic. The scoreboard rises from a 5th to a 6th successful one for them. 7 and 6 the score, gapped by 1 for the time being. Sicario find themselves in the lead. But it does look more and more, the further through the rounds that we get, that Panderic are starting to understand and assess how to play into the Sicario adjustments better. Question is how quick Sicario have got the response to their adjustments. 6 and 7 is good. 7 and 7, Panderic keep themselves even enough to be holding pace. But if Sicario find an adjustment here and move to their 8th successful round at a gap of 2, do you think that Bay 5 has a potential to go into the Sicario hands? Or Panderic can contest for it?
That ace was a massive X factor in the last round. Can't forget, that started with a lineup of 2 players dead by the hands of Sicario, giving them a 5v3 that ace flipped around. The skillful player that he is, we're always expecting something of the sort. And once again, moving forward, combat marksman. Lukey is on the other side of that wall. See who reacts faster, as that ace is watching sight. Lukey, is there any kind of action now? Doesn't appear to be the case. So we'll slow down here. Take our time with round number 14.
Yeah, both teams pulled their hand of cards out from the deck at the beginning of this round and threw them on the table. Aggressive A from the Panderic squad. Furlex finds the Joker. He pulls himself that off angle, not sight side of their side of plat, but the bus side, and gets 1. Now 2. Furlex is still playing with that Joker. He's laughing, mocking the push as it comes through for 1, 2, 3, 4 big frags. Furlex finds himself a 4-piece. The shot at the top's close. That's good for 1. Second in, but it's not going to be enough. Sicario do move to 8. Bepic, it's like I'm seeing it in real time in my brain. This is ridiculous. He chooses in the 1 round the aggressive A to play off that ledge. He gets the first kill and then doesn't move. Just not intimidated by anybody stepping up to re-challenge him. And he kills a second and a third and a fourth. What are you meant to do?
Killing Furlex has been a challenge that not many have had answers for. Today especially. I mean, 20 kills to close out Skybridge against Outcasts earlier. I think it was something like 14, 10 in the 2 maps outside of that. And here dropping now 18. Furlex will just get the 1 as Codex takes him out and then finds Bikizi for good measure. A team kill for Panderic, and Codex Karma nearly grabs him. He will be low on health, but Crank looking even worse at the moment. This is a doable 2v3 for Sicario, especially now that they've turned the tides down to just one player. Sicario, 1 kill, gets them a Bay 5 win and an early advantage in this grand finals. Crank jumping away from a bit of utility sent his way. Has to get through Kiyoshima and Luki here to keep the Pandas alive now. And he's peeking into Connector. Knows that the odds are stacked against him. We'll see what the plan is with that consideration.
Popping himself onto Heaven, giving the metal audio cue, forces Kiyoshima to play deep out of red door, so it gives him some space. It makes Kiyo respect the angle through the window. That's why you see him playing off the back of red. Crank now has a chance to maybe be able to isolate the one on site. He's running out of time, but with 35, he's going to elect to look towards Harbour, try and fake off for some more space as he tries to enter from Forklift. It's not going to happen. Kiyo's playing it really smart, staying top mid side of red so that he's tucked in for the... Oh, whoa, hold up a second. That's the shot. He needs to find Lukey. There's no fight here. He just has to kill him. The shots are good. He catches the barrel on the edge of the tanker and he doesn't quite close it out. The first swing was sick, but the second one just wasn't quite it. Lukey holds his ground. And Sicario take map number 1.
Perhaps this is the day we get to see Iceberg on stream. It would require Pandaric to get one of Fort or Skybridge, but I think that's a fairly safe bet. They didn't look bad on Bay 5, but that was the map pick of Sicario for a reason. They know how to play around the Bay, and defensively, I mean, against Outcast, they were so dominant playing defense. There, a 5-2 back half for Sicario on defense. Furlex was incredible, and once again, it's the mid to late rounding of Sicario that really does give them an advantage. And against Pandaric Apex, you need multiple advantages if you're going to topple the Kings on at least one map. And Sicario had Furlex popping off. They had great reads defensively, and they will take Bay 5.
It's a couple of minute differences. Just the slightest differences. You take out that 4-piece from Furlex, and those score lines are pretty much identical. You take a couple of extremely close rounds out of the game, and that's a tied game, which is what we saw all the way down the map. But what it did come down to was a 4-piece from Furlex, a standout performance from one of the rounds, and a couple of close rounds that were slightly better played from Sicario than Pandaric that pushed it over the line. A 9-6 scoreline, I think, is very respectable for the overall result of the game. I think it does represent what we saw in the game, where sometimes we do see like a 2-0 victory that does not at all tell the tale of how close it was. So thoughts for both teams going forward. I feel Pandaric are looking very clean in certain elements of things. There's a couple of bits of information gathering and dispersal that needs finessing a little bit more to be able to match Sicario on their pace, and there's definitely a little bit more respect needing to be given from those aggressive plays that Pandaric plays heavily to. We know we talk about Fort and that cannon push being iconic, something they started that wave of mentality towards by hitting it very aggressively and hard, but it can be read into 2, and if you have a good angle into the position that's being pushed, that's where that Furlex 4-piece gets unlocked. So as skillful as it is from Sicario, I do think there's a bit of playability where Pandaric can respect it a little bit more as well going forward.
Furlex, rather, is averaging more than 15 kills a map today. I mean, that's the sort of performance that can get a team a big upset in a grand finals like this. Like, Furlex has been a steady killing machine since a bad first half on Bay 5 to start the day, and apparently those are just warm-up rounds for Furlex, because whatever flipped in their brain after that has turned into a lot of frags against Outcasts and now against Pandaric Apex. So if they can keep that going, that's a championship level performance, and could be the reason Sicario returned to the top of Europe. But still, a long ways to go here. I mean, we've got highlights on Bay 5 coming up here in a moment, but we look to Fort for Sicario to really establish themselves, and it was close against Pandaric. A lot of good moments. There were the X factors as well. Bikizi having a couple good multi-kill rounds. That ace is always threatening a multi-kill, but Sicario were able to counter that with some of their own.
There's a lot of ego versus composure being diagnosed here in the highlights. You see to begin with that Sicario and Pandaric are both very confident in being able to just play the gunfights heads up. The further we get down the game, you start to see people positioning themselves in off angles, in weird left sides, or trying to find these pixel peaks to find the fights. And then even further after that, each team both deciding, well, if we're going to have to fight fights like this in 50s, let's start backing them up with people catching them whilst the backs are turned. We see time after time after time again, somebody from the other side is swinging. This was unfortunate. This is really unfortunate. Honestly, Kiyoshima deserved something from that round. Rapid gets just put down by the MP7 at Azaki going wild, and then support coming in from Furlex. This is another thing that Sicario did really well, is there's always somebody there to support and back up the pressure.
Noticing in the highlight reel how many of Furlex's 18 kills came from playing in mid, playing those off angles, just lurking around a corner and catching Pandaric players off guard. And I mean, even as Pandaric started to look for that, Furlex would still catch them off with good positioning and then go nuclear elsewhere on a map. But Sicario played around Bay 5 nicely, and again, show why it's a comfort map of theirs and why it is their first pick when they win the map selection coin toss. So, nice win, good closeout as well by Lukey right there, and a scary 1v1. And if they can carry that momentum to Fort, it's a very real possibility that they could go up 2-0 over Pandaric.
I've just got to tip my hat actually for a moment to some of the work that's been done in the background, the production on the highlights, the difference in perspective that we get to see, some of these airborne angles, even from the perspective where we watch the model collapse. I mean, some of these drops when you get slammed by the TRG at distance is epic to see. So yeah, no, love the work that's going on in the background for the highlight cams, guys. There's a massive, massive step up. I mean, it's always great. We've always love to see some of those picture-in-picture cameras, but the team in the background are always working hard to try and just add extra, evolve the level of these highlights they're bringing out to you. So, you know, a definite nod to the hard work going on in the background, guys. Exceptional job there. And you love to see it when you've got people like that Ace, like Ghost, like Bakizi, you know, people popping up in various fashions. I mean, Lukey had a quieter game for me there, which is not something we often say, but it's a map-dependent thing for me. Sicario have so many skilled players that from map to map, all 5 of them don't need to be dropping the 20. It's like Furlex is consistent for most of them, but then in each individual map, elsewise, it's Saki, it's Kyo, it's Lukey, it's Goes in 2s or 3s that step up to join him.
And that's the hallmark of a complete team, as Sicario have looked today. It's this round by round consistent factors, maybe getting one important kill to grant your team an advantage, then you use that to play with info, play around teammates, tether well, and that's a simple round secured. Just playing smart. And Sicario did that earlier. They're doing it so far on Bay 5 before Pandaric. You know, they have to recover now on Forts, and they are starting off on the attack. So perhaps we see that aggressive long push, which Sicario were doing yesterday as well. Not yesterday. Yes, yesterday. They were playing aggressively around that B site and playing up through stairs into CT and on their attacking side. So you anticipate them defending that sort of play as well. And it's going to be interesting, I think, to see the counter positioning on Fort here in half one.
Lots of thoughts cooking through my head right now, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm grateful for the slideshow transition because we're not going to talk about them too much. Instead of getting confused, I'm just going to let it play out on screen. So here we are, game number 2. Pandaric find themselves 1-0 up in the best of 5 in the final here, and a frag up as the captain's the first one to say sail back to spawn in map number 2. Lukey picking that one up.
Lukey hears you talking about his slow start immediately, or a slow performance on Bay 5, and immediately gets off to a rapid beginning on Fort, but A does fall into the hands of Pandaric as they get the bomb down, and it starts ticking away. 3 defenders of Sicario moving in together. Lukey goes and Kyo working a couple from short, one from long, and now moving on to site together, slowly taking territory, but Kyo's caught out in the open, Lukey the same, and that should be that. Pandaric should start us off here with a round winless Goes, can put together an absolutely insane 1v4 that really doesn't go anywhere.
So we'll remind the folks at home that although Sicario are in the lead in the best of 5, the first map was their map pick, and map pick and selection has become more manipulative on a team-by-team basis, where an environment does feel more favoured now that teams are getting a lot more even in skill. Panderic here, this is their map pick, and it wouldn't surprise us with them on the attacking side if they came out of the gates extremely strong. However, we've said this about a couple of teams the further we've got down this Pinnacle tournament. It's the second half of the game that really sets the tone as to which team is out on top or looking more confident to close it out.
Bit more of a bolstered A defense, at least momentarily. Sicario playing back over towards B after dropping some utility, and Hiroshima, well, just on B the whole time, prepared to stop Panderic in their tracks. Gets involved in the kill feed as well, and just like that, the attempted strike of Panderic comes up flat. That ace will get the utility kill to turn this into a 2v4 rather than a 2v5, which sounds a lot better, but with how Sicario are looking right now, I'm not sure it is that much better. Still a near impossible feat. And with Crank as low as he is in the health department now, it should be that. Zaki signs off on the round, confirms Sicario's first on the board, and we continue to go back and forth in this grand finals. Everything we could have asked for so far with how even these two titans of Europe have been through a map in a couple of rounds.
I'm so absorbed in this right now. Like, this is going to be another exceptional map, and it's going to be back and forth all the way down to the wire for this one. I feel like Panderic are going to take a good, confident first half, maybe looking at a 4-2, maybe even a 5-2 lead, but I feel like Sicario might put quite a few together after that, make it maybe 6-5, 7-5. I think we might look at the overtime here as well. Now, quick aggressive out into garden, 1-for-1 trade. Sasaki goes down after killing one. Felix finds Crank. The bomb is dropped. Second as goes finds Rapid as well with the shotgun. That's starting to fall a little bit out of hand as the third comes through and the fourth goes down straight after him. The entire team gets melted as goes puts those piranha shells to some work.
And jumps over the pile of bodies that he caused to pile up there in lobby. That's a goes rounds where he posts an important multi-kill just by holding an angle strong, ready for multiple players. Even went from being prone to standing up in the middle of two Panderic players attacking him and still ends up killing both of them. So Sicario string together a couple in a row, and once again, it's a stronger lean towards B, bit of util ready to be tossed out here around A, which is where the action will be if Panderic choose to stick the landing on their initial positioning.
I mean, don't need to land anything if Felix is going to land bullets. 2 quick kills come out. And a model there that's now just guarding the door frame almost as a warning sign for anybody else that wants to walk the corpse through that choke point. Poor Felix now having to try and deal with the mess that he's made to be able to contest properly as well. He's actually finding himself in a little bit of a comic scenario.
Wow, that's putting a head on a pike right there, yeah. If you're Furlax. Like, Panderic should be terrified looking at that, knowing what's around the corner.
I've never seen a metaphorical meat shield be so realistically in my life. Oh, that's... Okay. So he gets away with that because he's prone. If he's crouched or stood there, he's dead. That's crazy.
Panderic have a way back into this, but Sicario are still 4 players strong. Looking around lobby on site, not allowing Panderic to take much space. They don't have much room to work with. Some smokes will block the sight lines, but Kiyoshima taking the first kill, and now this 5v3, and that ace will get a response, but we'll see just how long a sentence that response is. 2 kills for that ace, but he would have to 1v5 clutch right there, and even that might be out of the realm of possibility for that ace.
Yeah, absolutely. The bolt timing just working against him there. If he gets that bolt in with the gun up in time to be able to re-challenge Colt, the third probably goes down, but it's still 2, like you say, extra have to deal with after that. Not going to work out this time. 2-round advantage to Sicario again. Feels very similar to the first map, but Panderic, they're looking like they've got their cards set out as to how they want to play this, but not quite finding the way through lobby to that A site access. It's set up at the moment that's letting them down. It's not the execution to site, but getting into position to do so that's currently falling short of the mark.
Okay, trade there to open things up. Crank forgoes. Furlex watching mid here. Well, no Rapids in the area. Use that to confirm the kill. Bakizi, another trade for Panderic, but they really have lost out on this transaction. Not benefiting them all that much as the bomb is down. That ace on ramp, Bakizi top mid. And 2 defenders still prepared to stop this B site attack. Kiyoshima's waiting dark. We need to see if anyone pops up through the connector. But not yet. Panderic's going to slow it down and see if Sicario grant them any openings to exploit first.
That is going to secure a secondary that's got a little bit more consistency than that of which he has within his class. MCX, only 7 rounds left in that magazine, though. Very aware. Down we go. I'm interested in what's happening with Bakizi right now, as he's currently trapped between the rest of the Sicario squad. If he finds that kill onto the lurking Zaki, though, that could change the round quite drastically. Bakizi's going to kite it off, actually, and try and kite him in. Then he gets the kills. That is supports him from behind. It's a good little to and fro, as to me, to you, works out for the favor of the Pandas. This bomb's going down as well without anybody in sight, because he has no head to play with. Be very aware. That black head with the heavy bleeding toe is going to be rough.
I don't know where Sicario's going to come from here, whether it be mid, long, or short. But that ace does spot Lukey there. Kiyoshima, not yet found out, but he will soon, as he's the last player standing. Crouched, waiting to see if anyone pokes their head out of kitchen, but it's that ace. Good play around arches, and, well, never mind. He's never required. Bakizi closes out the round with a kill from lobby. Panderic stopped the spree of rounds that Sicario were on there.
Yeah, absolutely. That ace there rarely gives out the one haircut. Not for free, though, as he reminds them free by putting the second bullet directly to the center of mass, knocking them over. TRG being put to good use. Panderic, again, though, close out the numbers. Takes a couple of good shots to work their way into sight, but they don't find themselves under too much of the pressure when it comes to how many people are left alive. Early util out up the ramp towards B. Looks like Panderic are cooking. Here's the cannons push. Look at the late member from number 2. Oh, well, hold up a second. There's Furlex in the back line. So that's 2 quick kills. It's already damage done. He might be dead, but 2 members is huge.
See what the call is. If they try to stick the landing on B, keep brute forcing it, or if they want to play with the time that they have here. Slowing it down for sure, but still no call being made. That bomb stays watching long. And there's not a whole lot of territory being gained by Panderic. They're sitting there. They've got 1 player near mid. Could be an option if they look to shift towards A. We try to play into the lobby, see what they can find, but a minute on the clock here, Cracked, and Panderic are. Looks like they're pulling the plug on this, what was a B hit.
2 holding off towards Connor's the biggest point of contact right now that they're going to have to deal with. And I think this is why, I expect the rotation back the other way is going to be the smartest play. Bomb is going that way. There is, like you say, Zaki tucked in showers. We're just waiting for him to pop the Pringle pot. No, that ace finds him. The awareness to check the angles is huge. Then the second goes down as that ace is back in familiar territory. The third takes a bullet, but doesn't even take a bullet. That looked clean.
Okay. Lukey will return serve. That ace put down. Lukey's looking for more now. 3 kills to his name to start off. Time not on Panderic's side. The bomb doesn't go down at all. They get caught up in fighting. Hiroshima gets a kill for the road, but that's a Sicario win on Panderic getting timed out.
The rough one there, caught between 2 mines. It looked like fights were going in their favor after that first was won, but not enough space to be able to get the bomb down. Well held from Sicario.
Furlex is still posting championship winning level numbers. 8 kills so far through 6 rounds, and on defense. Sicario continue to demonstrate rock solid performances. Now Goes getting a bit aggressive. Crank moving in bottom mid and won't be able to confirm the kill. It's Codex, I think, from ramp that was able to get that one. Rapid with another one, finding Kiyoshima and Sicario are being picked apart now. It's just for Lex and Zaki, and I say just for Lex and Zaki, and can't forget just how good Furlex has looked today. 2v3 now. That's what the 2v4 has become, thanks to Furlex finding the head of a Pandaric player. Now with the bomb down, the ball is in Sicario's court to make a move.
Both on Donuts, that ace tucked behind the pillars, going to do a good job of playing his discipline well. The shot side of the Glock is good for one as Rapid backs him up for the second. And back to where you came from, Sunshine. 3-4, Pandaric closed the gap by 1-2-1. Still in the lead of Sicario, though. And a good, comfortable first half from them on the second map in this best of 5 sets them up well to be able to fight for a closeout quickly in this grand final if they take a second map here. Pandaric will not be wanting to let that thought sail off into the sunset smoothly, though, as they want to be fighting for retaining their title. Remember, this is returning champions in Pandaric, so this one for the 2-time. That nade is insane. Goes, turns the backs, gets one, doesn't quite get the second kill. Turns to the second inside a ramp, third, fourth come through for the Pandas, though, as we trade back. Furlex finds one to make the difference in the middle. Now Luke's there. Furlex steps up with confidence, and that's going to be the end of the round.
That start from Goes, being pinched between 3 players, stuck bottom mid, and still getting a couple of kills is another impact multi-kill out of Goes. Even though it's Furlex stealing a lot of the spotlight for Sicario, Goes continues to post multi-kills even when faced with 3, sometimes 4 players, and that's been huge for Sicario today. Right there, it turns that round from another quick potential B execution through mid and ramp for Pandaric to a bloodbath in the middle of Fort, and Sicario will win that first half of play. And man, don't look now, but if they do take Fort, that's close to a completed grand finals for Sicario. When while Pandaric, I think, are capable of reverse sweeping, what the form Sicario showed today, that might be too tall an ask even for Pandaric.
First round of the second half. Big tell. Now we've got to look at where weak side, strong side split goes and how it's attacked. Sicario look for a pick onto Mini. Rapid tucks, ducks, and keeps his health for the time being. Furlex into bedroom early. Smoke off top ramp as the grenade towards Mini goes through. Rapid's going to go down to that. That's another great grenade. We saw that Ace being able to use that to similar effect in their first half, but we also saw Pandaric not necessarily push onto that B site after getting that kill. So interesting if Sicario will follow a similar fashion or fight for this mid contest. Hovering as such for now. Crank's playing deep on that mid position, not giving away his life, which I like to see.
Furlex is ready for it if Crank does push up, but Pandaric pulling a player over, leave 2 around A, and they are well spread apart, which if Sicario elect to switch their attempted destination this round, then they could run face first into that Ace, holding a deep angle there. But regardless, it's neither here nor there, unless Sicario do end up deciding to pull the plug on their B execution, which with the device going down, I don't think that'll be the case. We planted, and Kiyoshima gets a kill for good measure. 5v3 now for Sicario to post a 6th.
40 on the clock. Vice down. These 2 members pushing in on site are not going to be aware of the one on the floor. They do manage to get in, trade out for him, but it costs one of the members left alive. The back site of Archer's cleared off. Akizi and Codex have site pressure. Now they can defuse if they get onto this quickly. Akizi fights off Kiyoshima. One left. Zaki from mid. Bomb diffuser's going to come in. They're just going to fight him. Zaki's got to win it out, but Kizi is going to be able to claim the killing blow. 1 for 1 for 1 all the way down to the wire after a good 2-piece from the push onto site. Leaves Pandaric at the bottom of the domino effect with the success. 4-5. We close the gap again.
Close out there. I mean, Bikizi along with Codex in really an awful spot having to play retake against the full force of Sicario there. But they get the job done. They're ready for Goes, who's prone in the middle of sight. That's an impressive round that could be what turns the fortunes around for Panderic, but Sicario haven't let rounds like that really get to them today. They've held strong mentally, and so it's up to Panderic to, I think, use that to bolster themselves. But again, Rapid has been found early on here. This time it's a gun that ends his life, but still, it's first blood for Sicario.
13 and 5 Furlex, by the way. Still cooking. Codec's trying to duel out to Zaki. That's a good set of shots to take him down before Goes can get involved. He's keeping a keen eye on my left-hand side as Goes was sneaking up to try and get involved in third party that. Codex does a very good job of respecting that pressure. Gets his pick and then trades out for space, but it's still only a 3-4. And the thing that's giving me the most concerns if you're a Panderic fan right now is how the bomb and the three members that are looking to move this bomb to a site are actually pushing towards Panderic's weak side on that A site at the moment.
Well, did Goes spot Crank there? Because it looked like there was potentially a sliver of him showing, but Goes still hanging around top mid, dropping some utility, but the rest of Sicario, meanwhile, taking control of A. Crank rotating in short. And he will, it seems like, wait a moment, or go for a wallbang, playing it perhaps patiently, waiting for Codex, who falls at the same time. As a team there for Panderic, as Sicario silence a potential comeback and won't allow Panderic to build that 2v4 into anything more than just a single round win.
2 in the lead, puts themselves with that cushion again. As we say, when teams trade rounds back and forth, being at a 2-round advantage just puts you in the perfect position to close the map out by trading rounds all the way down to the wire. Eyes on early utility.
Eyes on B.
Quick in we go. 3, 4, 5. 2 blue kills come through towards the end as Keo and Goes claim the majority of that B-site control. It's going to be that Ace and Bikizi left to be able to contest this, but there's not much space left to contest. Sicario have that B-site on lockdown.
Yeah, they staked a claim to before we even realized this round had started. We were watching over towards A, and it was a quick ramp run-up for Sicario. This round went so quickly, and it catches Panderic off guard as well as us. Now, a 1v4 for Bikizi with less than half of his health to work with. This is Sicario's 7th.
Bikizi's going to step through after Goes, pre-fires the smoke, thinking he's on the reload. He's not at all. The rest of that 20-rounder to be able to finish off the kneecaps. 7-4. Sicario extend the lead to 3, and now they feel in a lot more of a comfortable position here to be able to close out the second map in their favor.
Well, that was quite the time for pace. I mean, it completely bamboozled Panderic. They weren't ready for it. They were still setting up around site, and Sicario just hustle up, get some quick kills, and then bomb down. Numbers dwindle for Panderic. That's number 7. Let's see what the plan is now for Sicario as they'll once again look towards B. They have really favored the B site and mid throughout their attacking side thus far, and Codex punishes that a bit with a grenade taking Goes out early on. Lukey can get some numbers back if he wins the fight down long as Rapid is playing around cannons, but Lukey's anticipating a stairs push. Meanwhile, Codex will bring Sicario down to just 3 players, and this is a good response so far from Panderic. A kill here from Rapid would really help get this round done and dusted. That ace chimes in as well. It's a full team effort from Panderic.
It's an exceptional response from Panderic, actually. The adjustment in mid. They don't over-aggressively push out underneath. They throw a nade to capture the aggressive push from Sicario. They take the first, then they fight the second with patience. It's really well played all round, and then kills come in left and right as individual ones are won thanks to a little bit of motivation. Tokyo's looking for the tight angle, doesn't realize it's close, and then Codex is going to close it out. That's 3 from Codex on the round. 1 with the grenade, 2 with the gun. Panderic pull back the 5th, but it's still only to close the gap to 2. 2 more rounds needed to make this one a hot contest. Sicario dropped the ball for 1, but only for 1, as we've seen all day long. Sicario are not going to let this slide for long at all.
It's the first time in a little bit where Panderic just won all the fights mid. They won long, they won ramp, and that stopped Sicario in their tracks. But It's right back to the tried and true strategy for Sicario. Moving with pace into Donut. Perhaps up ramp is another grenade into Spiral, but players not in Spiral, but back behind in Stairs, but they needed to be on side apparently as Furlex leads the charge, gets a big kill, and that's that. The site is Sicario's.
Retake from mid with beacon control is difficult. It's so difficult. They need to try and find a pick onto one of these two members mid to be able to start getting back towards site, and the time's already at 35 seconds. It's hard. That ace has got the toughest angle to fight into. Furlex tucks away, manages to find the first kill, and now that pressure from mid is gone. This is going to be a Sicario round, pretty much all unspoken for. The angles are too heavy, the crossfire is too strong, and Panderic find themselves walking into a Sicario blender.
Blended Panda would not taste good, for the record, but it's what Sicario are feasting on right now. 8 rounds to their name, and a potential 2-0 best-of-5 advantage over the best in Europe for potentially not that much longer. The Pandas have to dig deep now as 3 rounds are what's required to force overtime on Fort, and then we can reconvene and discuss what might be the outcome of this second map that, I'll remind everyone, was the Panderic Apex choice.
It's an interesting performance out of Sicario here, given the Arena Cup series just recently not being as strong from them as what we saw from Panderic. The two of these teams at the moment, although Panderic have had the better of the Tides recently, they're tussling for that top spot in the EU region at the moment, from tournament to tournament, which we love to see. Early opening pick sees one of the higher fragging members from Sicario on a couple of maps going down in Lukey. And it's Furlex and Goes that need to be kept an eye on. And how consistently have we said it's Goes today? That's that ace on the Balti. Rapid for one more. Furlex is back.
He's in a powerful position. Felix is trying to flush it out and does end up catching a good timing. Easy was looking away for a moment, and this 2v5, I think it was, is looking a little bit more real. Smoking off lobby. We'll set up a potential flank, actually. Sicario got a minute to win it, but Crank spotted. That's intel on 1. He won't go down, so holding his nerve. Crank is still a factor. Codex and Rapid elsewhere aren't playing their hand too aggressively. And Rapid in a position to potentially push up through lobby or maybe through arches, stab the Sicario attack in the back as they look for now short control. Furlex versus Codex. I think caught a shoulder. Yep, he knows Codex is there. Pre-fire around the corner. Works out for Codex. Zaki ends the fight with a frag, and now moving around, setting his sights on Crank and Rapid, turning back towards site, trying to run them down. There's 2, there's the lineup. Zaki can't confirm the kills though, and Crank turns back, re-peeks, and will keep the Panderic Apex hope alive.
Looked very similar to around where the Panderic squad were struggling to get the bomb down on the A side. Does that there, where in a similar situation, Sicario is stuck suffocated, searching for kills, but unable to secure site and get that bomb planted. Both teams understand the weight of this game here. Panderic not letting to... just not willing to let this one go yet. Do wonder if they have 2 more in them, though. This was map 1 where Sicario found a confident 9th round.
Looking confident so far. Pushing up through mid again. Going back to what works. Furlex. Doesn't know Crank is there. Sees Rapid. I think Rapid was expecting coverage here, as Crank was mid, but he's getting caught out himself after Rapid goes down as well. Furlex just can't be stopped. An absolute runaway train with 21 kills now on Forts, and that ace has to dodge a grenade while Lukey and Zaki take out the rest of his team. That ace is on a side quest right now to kill Kiyoshima, and the main objective will be blowing up 40 seconds from now. That ace against Kiyo has his health chewed up and still hasn't taken Kiyo out. Now attacking goes bottom mid. That won't go well either. Sicario steal away the Panderic Apex map pick and claim a 2-0 series lead.
Again, it's that gap that they build in the middle of the game. 2-round advantage, 5-3. A crucial position to be in when you close the first half. We've seen 4 and 4s also go that way as the 2-round lead gets extended just after the half, but a 21 and 7 performance out of Furlex is going to top the table for the Sicario side. It's got to be dealt with. Somebody's got to be able to match Furlex, but more importantly, somebody's got to be able to take him out of the equation before he does the damage. We see time and time again, he's not good for 1, he's good for 2, he's good for 3 in 50% of the scenarios before he's shut down. And it's just too much for the Panderic squad to handle.
90 kills so far today for Furlex across 5 maps. He's going to hit 100. I think it's a safe bet. I think 10 is doable on Skybridge. Now, you say it's Sicario's weakest map, but they're not falling into the same narrative patterns that we've kind of assigned to them over the course of the last couple of months of play. Sicario are different today. They dispose of Outcasts 3-0 earlier, have now put together 2 really good-looking maps against a Panderic Apex team that we had as heavy favorites in the grand finals, and now they're 1 map away. I mean, Sicario, I don't see any reason why they're not going to be Pinnacle champions here. This has been a tremendous day of resurgence for them.
It's not like Furlex had been having a particularly poor time. During the Sicario slump, part of that quietness was down to Furlex not dropping those performances that we were used to seeing him consistently popping off with. It's not every map from Furlex. We're not talking a 20 bomb. Well, I mean, most days we're not talking a 20 bomb every map from Furlex. Finals day is an exception, which I'm sure every competitive player would be delightful to hear as part of their lineup. But Furlex really is showing up and showing out today in a performance that's above and beyond what even we normally expected to see pre-Schlump Sicario's Furlex performance. But it is a strong part of that team. I meme a little bit when I saw a previous week of Sicario where I said, well, Kovacs is a beautiful aim training tool that could be to some use. There was a few shots that were sent towards models wayward. A couple of even comic scenarios where models stood looking at each other whilst they reloaded because both people were unable to kill each other with the gun that they'd had in their hands. So it's nice to see that that's not the case. I mean, Kiyoshima's been knocking domes over. Furlex is knocking domes over. Luki's looked good on maps. It's a Go's day. When it's a Go's type of day with the shotgun in his hands, he's looking good. When the action comes his way, Go's is good. The one thing that's good from Panderic that's looked good, when they've taken that action away from Go's and Furlex, and they've targeted Zaki, Luki, and just being able to get onto site in general, Panderic have done well. They just haven't been able to do that very often.
Yeah, map control has really been a point of struggle for Panderic against this Sicario form today. I think back to Bay 5 and the battles we had mid, where Sicario seemingly always had an advantage. Felt like they were employing guerrilla warfare in the middle of Bay 5, whereas Panderic were using the more respectful mode of war, just kind of handshaking things. But around every corner was a Sicario player, and then on fort, Panderic really couldn't ever claim control of mid consistently. There were moments, of course, where they had advantages. Obviously, they posted 6-round wins on fort, but I mean, that's their map pick, and a map that they've beaten Sicario on several times now in the last couple of months. So them falling short, I think you have to look at consistency and how they just could not get their feet planted around the map in either of the 2 affairs we've had so far.
The one form of Sicario that's looked stronger than Panderic so far is their aggressive play. When they've pushed in aggressively, they've been able to do it without losing too many members to that one-off angle, or the wallbang position, or the pixel peak that covers that aggressive push. It feels like the Sicario's textbook, their flow of play, has read that of Panderic better than vice versa so far. That's been the difference between the 2 teams, as well as some great individual performances. I'm not looking to kits. I don't think there's any disparity. I think each player on both teams is playing on the correct loadout that they're going to be the most effective on. I think the way that both teams are going about maps so far has been very, very well played out from both sides. We've seen the bomb be planted successfully from both squads with strength 4-5 numbers left alive. We've seen very specifically each team at a 5-3 or a 5-2 advantage comfortably close those rounds out. It's when it's been 4-2, 4-3, 3-2 that the rounds have gone more in Sicario's favor when they fought out that nitty gritty in the middle of the round that Panderic, I feel, need to improve on if they're going to start fighting back.
Well, it has to be 3 in a row now for Panderic, starting on Skybridge, which is a doable map for them. But then it has to be Iceberg, which they do have an official rep on. I think it was back in Hunt Premier League this past season that they played off stream, of course, because that's how Iceberg goes in the scene at the moment. But it's got to be 3 in a row for Panderic. We're going to take a break. In the meantime, we have the highlights from Fort. So everybody, watch the highlights and then get some popcorn, because map 3, if it's the last 2 have been any indicator, it's going to be phenomenal no matter what the outcome is. The Hunt Premier Pinnacle Season 2, we'll be back in a little bit.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the final day of the Hunt Premier Pinnacle Championship Season 2 for the European region. This has taken the top 8 teams in Europe and pitted them against each other to fight for the title Pinnacle Champions. Returning champions Panderic made their way to the grand final, but have found themselves up against it versus a Sicario squad that has seen a rise to success after a slightly weaker period from them recently, has shown some amazing turnout performances out of the likes of Thurlex and company so far in this final. My name is Cracked Wisdom, joined in the booth by Mr. Bepic for this grand final to bring you guys all of the amazing action. We're looking forward to map 3, where Skybridge is on the table, and it's a final chance for Panderic to have a say in this best of 5.
Normally, I think we would favor Panderic on Skybridge, despite this being Sicario's map pick. But today, they just seemed a little off relative to Sicario, who have come into today locked in. It was 3 quality map wins against Outcasts earlier that has now bled into a grand 2-0 start for Sicario. And these are close maps. We're talking 9-6s, 9-7s here, but we still have yet to see Panderic really show up and show out for an entire map. And I dare say Furlex has outdone that ace today with how dangerous Furlex has been.
It's been that ace performance that was resplendent of Panderic's success that we've seen out of Furlex for Sicario in this tournament. It's been a very, very much similar experience from the outward perspective. If you're watching from the stands, it definitely looks very much like that, where that ace could do no wrong in that ACS run where they came back up from the lower brackets to some levels of success. Sicario here, I mean, they're looking to go one further. They want to take it off, claim the Pinnacle title for themselves. It sets up nicely. I do like to see a new iteration of a tournament taken by a couple of different teams early on. I do like it to be fought over quite hot to begin with before somebody establishes themselves as a dominant factor. So, thoughts for the future? Is Sicario potentially strong on Skybridge? Well, they're about to swing that sword maybe one final time as we step out onto the field.
Sicario on attack as well, so we'll have to wait a little bit to see Furlex switch over to the marksman class. But all right, quick VIP fight now. Codex watches rapid fall right in front of him by the hands of Lukey, and he's wise to dodge Lukey's weapon there. Is now going to drop some smoke and see if Sicario can't use this to push their 3 remaining members into an A that is being handily fought over at the moment. Panderic are putting up a good defense.
Saki tucked in by the sight box, though, has themselves an arguable amount of side control. Problem is that Codex is well lodged into VIP, and that has a much stronger position over sight. Bomb being planted. Codex not going to need to respond too quickly. Bomb goes down. Codex now going to pick them up off sight. That ace finds one from the long angle out of E-box as well. Luke responds.
Okay. That's a nice bait there. Lukey gets 2. He's ready for a flank from behind. It tucks back into VIP before Bakizi catches up with him. It's that ace and Bakizi, who are normally a safe pair of hands, but Lukey seemed dead set on the clutch. And Panderic do get their numbers advantage over the line to start off their Skybridge campaign victorious.
1-0 on Skybridge. And it's Panderic in the lead, which is not something we've said a whole load of so far. They will be delighted to see that with a good start. That ace 2-0. Codex 2-1 with 2 assists. Says Codex getting involved in every part of the action in that first round as much as he possibly can. 4 out of 5 kill participation per round is a wild stat.
And did it as well from VIP. That control is what diminished Zaki's position on sites. Because if Sicario had VIP control right there, Zaki can just hold that one angle back of A. And then it's a much more powerful position to be in. Instead, though, he gets killed planting the bomb. Thanks to Codex from VIP, and now it's being hotly contested again, but this time around, it falls under Sicario control. So this is a big opportunity for them to raise the stakes now, get us tied up again.
They heavily commit to that push there, throw a nade into pre-nade the pressure, stopping that defending member of Panderic and Rapid to be able to close the gap to get up to that big grey wall on the right-hand side of VIP to contest Cheddar on the left-hand from post-swing. They then send 2 members and a third to back it up to overcommit and take that space. That nade is ridiculously good from that ace. Goes is going to be sat right on back down. Ice on sight, though, with 25 seconds left to defuse, leaves Panderic in a particularly tough spot even still. 20 seconds.
No one's taking the bait. That ace trying to get people to fall into these crosshairs, but instead has to pull out the Glock, and that's good for one, but nothing else outside of that. And so Panderic do lose their early advantage. Sicario stormed VIP right there. They took the gates, and that was really that for round 2. That's a really difficult retake without any kind of space control, and Sicario not biting on the bait that Bakizi was setting out for them and trying to get people to peek into that ace's crosshairs.
One apiece. You're right, though. Not one person fell prey to the bait. Nobody was willing to move a muscle at any of the jostling that ace was trying to do. It doesn't surprise me to see VIP given a bit more space on this side. Luki gets across into that good position from the attacking side into elevator. Zaki with the nade. Kiyoshima puts one down into Rapid as things started to slow down and speed up all at the same time. Felix finds a ridiculous kill onto the deep position near Banana before the smoke, and then puts one into the body of Crank on audio through the smoke.
Oof. And now poor Bakizi right into the face of Kiyoshima watching that flanking position. That is such a technically sound round from Sicario there. They catch some smoke spam. They get kills before smoke's plume. Getting kills off of audio. I mean, that's gorgeous. Sicario, again, look complete today. And if they can keep this up on Skybridge, could put together a 6-0 map run against Outcast and Panderic. That would be a statement that they are back at the top of Europe.
Round number 4. Very interesting to watch the fact that it's a 4-player strong stacked A site from Panderic, as well as the strength coming out. Rapid finds one early. Zaki down. Rapid for the second. Is this a Rapid kind of feels? Not for long, it ain't. Felix is in the arena, and that's somebody we shouldn't be forgetting about. But Crank shuts him down short of one crucial 1-for-1 only from Felix. Panderic looking better again in round 4.
2v3 now. It's an advantage for Panderic. The bomb down, but they are playing a bit off of A at the very least. Chucking some utility in, but Luki hadn't gone over to retrieve the bomb just yet. Playing with time, and Luki is currently sitting towards the top of the leaderboard with 4 kills alongside Furlex, and that is good company today. Kiyoshima, always steady as well in these clutch situations. And creeping forward are the 2 remaining Sicario members, but Panderic are playing this patiently, not trying to do too much here, as they know they've got a significant advantage in a 4v2, though there is still a player watching B in case of rotation.
Luki's going to try and find shots over the box, but it's going to be Codex that takes him out. That shotgun doing some great work. Kiyoshima, big steps off site for 2 quick kills to create extra space for the attacking side, but he's the last alive left on an island in between 2 remaining Pandas. 2-2. We're even again.
And what a thank you that was for Bakizi rotating in late and helping that ace out by that ace shooting him in the post-round gunplay. But Panderic get that 4v2 into a round win, and those are the rounds you have to be winning. The good starts converted into rounds, and these are 2 teams that you typically don't associate losing advantageous positions with, and I don't think we've seen too much of that today. It's been pretty steady, especially from Sicario, but here we go. Slow play now. Noise made in VIP. And it looks like Sicario are headed towards B. Let's see just how slow they go.
And this is interesting because Bakizi has been sleeping, having a nice old cocktail on the sun bench out on that B site for the longest time. And rotated in last round, like you said, just a little bit late to the action. Not that it was necessarily needed, but just when it came down to the last couple of kills. This time he goes to check back red. Moves back towards the end of blue ramp. Good old game awareness there from Bakizi, kind of reading it. Does he spot? He does. Notice his timing is crazy into lane 1. He spots the cross. He calls it out. The team starts to move, and Bakizi is ready to get himself into the best position possible to contest this. Furlex is going to be on site in time with smoke in the space to plant, but Panderic are 5 members strong, and they are aware of what's going on here. The bomb isn't there, though. Just to clarify this, the bomb is sat in VIP. They're fully aware that this is happening, by the way. Rapid is waiting for this bomb to step. He gets killed easily, goes, makes a big pick on the entry.
Still have Furlex trying to penetrate the back lines of Panderic, and he kills Bakizi as well, so that's pressure on 2 fronts, and now the play heads back towards B. Furlex has cleared it. He's cutting off rotations now, and should have paved a path directly to site, especially by taking out that ace and Crank, making Codex. No, okay, Codex is left standing for the 1v4, but Furlex surely has done enough work for Sicario to take a lead back.
Denies the plant, gets the first, swings for the second, but doesn't quite manage to convert. If he knocks over that one health on bomb down in a good place there with time left off the clock, I think he actually wins the round out, but one bullet short of saving the game in that round puts a very close one that Sicario sneak away with. It's crazy to say that Sicario sneak away with that, and equally flamboyant performance out of Furlex at the end of red makes that round look so much more in their favor after crazy crisis brings some kooky little plays out of Codex and that shotgun.
Well, if Furlex keeps this up, I think it's looking likely that he maybe improves upon the 18 kill per map average that he's boasted today. Mind you, against Outcasts and now Panderic, the best competition you can get in region, but now it's Goes popping off. A 2K. They're in VIP, and so that grants Sicario options now. It pulls, who's that, Bakizi from B for a moment, just checking in on the rest of his team before shifting back towards site, where he'll soon find the entirety of Sicario very nearly.
Yeah, kind of semi-reads that this is happening from the previous round. That ace finds one onto Zaki with the boxy inside a red train as Furlex steps through. Bakizi's going to check the balloon wall at the right time, funnily enough. It seemed like the wrong time. Furlex is back really exposed. Furlex does win out the fight onto Bakizi as he goes down. Left side, right side. Berlin wall not traded. Now back a ramp as Goes jumping, jostling for space with that ace as the Balti does not manage to knock down the tank and the Enforcer. He finds one on sight. Close corner swing goes the favor of the shotgun as he swings out with aggression, as you should. And that ends the round for Sicario, puts them in a comfortable position after what looked like a hotly contested site, but 4 members still alive and 4-2 on the scoreboard.
This is on attack as well. Sicario are boasting this advantage. They are playing both sides to perfection, baiting rotations, cutting them off, holding off angles that Panderic aren't ready for, and this certainly has the makings of a run to a 3-0 sweep out of Sicario, but job's not done. They still are only right about halfway there to getting the win on Skybridge, and once again, Goes heads VIP, but won't find much resistance. This will be space given away by Panderic as they hold it from a distance rather than right up front there, and Goes doesn't fall prey to that trap.
They've done what they've done every map so far. Sicario have established a 2-round gap differential early. Slowly, we see this game start to look like a snowball in such close fashion as guns go wild with Zaki and Goes both picking up a kill apiece.
There goes that ace as well. He heads B because of all the noise made there. The kill picked up, but Rapid is holding a very up close and personal angle and will be put down by Kiyoshima. It was good for 1, but all that does is turn a 3v5 into a 2v4, which is a bit more manageable for Panderic, but again, it's a disadvantageous situation they have to claw back against Sicario, who, like I talk about, has been so good at getting these player advantage situations into round wins, and utility won't really deter Zaki. He falls back a bit, but has that space to work with.
Down on the ground, Kiyoshima finds the kill onto that ace, trying to make some work with the Glock happen. He hasn't got 18 Ks, he's just got 18 Cs. He sees a lot of enemies and does not kill a single one of them, unfortunately. The floor position from the tank class is going to close him out. Kiyoshima finding the final kill onto Crank. Sicario take an even more confident lead in the first half, 5-2, than we've seen in either map 1 or map 2 so far.
Yeah, with the 3-piece as well. And a guaranteed win for Sicario on their attacking half. Panderic don't have many answers at the moment. That ace isn't popping off, and that seems like their only win condition at the moment. We know that's something that they can use to beat good teams on Skybridge, but right now, he's not activated at that ace level that we've come to know, and the rest of the squad can't seem to beat goes and head-to-head duels. Obviously, they haven't had answers for Furlex for any part of this series, really, and now if Kiyoshima's popping off as well, this spells a strong disaster for Panderic, but as Sicario are playing back, that seems to be an invitation for Rapid and Codex, who have advanced through A along with Crank.
Too much space up, because you know full well they will absolutely swallow the space whole. Codex claims one on to goes as the damage from the shotgun's going to be limited this round. Bolty out. I remember going down as a rare one. Normally you hear the sound of that ace's weaponry being like the death toll for a model to hit the floor and collapse. Panderic still find every member of the squad alive, and the Sicario sword is swinging its way straight towards that ace. This is going to be a tough spot. He's tucked right in the end of blue. Patience, discipline does not pay off as he gets one. Does manage to get it on the second shot.
Keezy as well. That ace has been found out, and it seemed like he was the X factor, a potential round-winning player, tucked away, finding kills from downrange. But now it's Crank on a flank. Furlex is down for the count, and well, Crank and Codex versus Zaki and Lukey. And with form today, you'd typically back the Sicario pair, but Codex and Crank, this is a do-or-die sort of setup. A winnable round that Codex will fall at the very start of the 2v2 in, and well, Crank is not too far behind, headed into the afterlife. Sicario post number 6. Big time first half for Sicario, who have already had a great day. But this is the most dominant start that we've seen out of them. It was a 4-4 on Bay 5, a 5-3 on Fort, and now a 6-2, the most one-sided first half of this Grand Finals.
It's much better backup from the Sicario members when they push into pressured areas. There are picks happening all over the map from the Panderic side. They are getting good numbers early. Whilst they were defending, it was not to their favor. Now, on the attacking side, they have a 4-round gap to close.
This is where you need your stars to step up, post multi-kills in rounds like this. That ace, one of them. But Kiyoshima will put Codex down, limit his ability to influence round number 9. That ace on Smoke's duty watches as Rapid falls in front of him. 5 players strong. Sicario just cannot stop killing. This will be number 7 unless Bakizi, the captain, can step up like he did on Bay 5 and put together an insane clutch.
Did you see how Sicario play it? They don't stand 2 members outside of E-Box. They throw util and put 3 members towards that ace, who is getting that pick consistently, time and time again. Bakizi's left just checking all the corners, seeing nobody, and not realizing that the firing squad tucked behind this next layer.
The firing squad all emerge at one time from the brush, and we'll stop that clutch from ever getting started. Sicario now cracked are 2 away.
This one, very confident from Sicario. Skybridge looking much, much more powerful in their favor than previous experiences. Out the gate we go, round number 9, into round number 10. And Furlex is back on the TRG as well. But you saw that Sicario didn't risk that Furlex was going to win the 1v1 with the ball. Instead, they make just the angle impossible to fight into.
Bomb's VIP here, along with pretty much 4 players, so Panderic know their objective now. Take VIP control. Rapid's right up front, but Goes has cut down nearly half the players in VIP there, and will retreat with his life intact. 4v4, trade of Codex for Lukey, Zaki through smoke connects with Bikizi. Are you kidding me? That's the bomb down for Panderic, and I mean, that's the kind of day Sicario's been having.
Rapid finds one onto Kiyoshima. Crank's going to pick that bomb up and move back. Do a little bit of cover. Another one from Rapid, as now a third is going to make this a little more dangerous. He's just trying to find that angle into Furlex, but not going to see it come through this time.
Another one. Oh, Furlex is ready for Rapid to emerge from VIP. And it's that ace. Really, now or never. That ace, this is the time for one of your classic clutches to prolong this grand finals. And he will outdo Furlex, but doesn't know where Goes is. Expecting him to emerge from the smoke, but now rechecking that same angle that Goes is ready for. He just holds his nerve and puts down the star of Panderic, and that is tournament point for Sicario.
6 of them as well, by the way. A comfortable buffer to be able to close this out. Goes not impressed with his teammates with the work in Furlex there. He gives him a couple of bullets at the end of the round to tell him that he should have been able to help him out with the totem position. You stand one up behind one prone, put them stacks 2 together so that he has to swing into 2. Make it harder to be able to get the kill. That ace not going to be allowed to be caught like that. Gets himself in as quickly as he can, robs his one and then gets out. To little avail for the score on the board. Look at how strong Sicario have positioned towards the B site. And look at how little space Panderic are able to take onto this A site in the meanwhile.
This is like one of the first defensive calls that's pretty wrong. I mean, you stack in B side and it's still an A hit, but it doesn't matter. Goes is still frontlining like he's worth 3 players. But Codex wins out a duel from VIP. We'll stop Goes from advancing any further. Now Furlex has joined the fray, but smoked off, though still has an upper angle here into short. Let's see if any 4 heads emerge over the wall. I think he heard Codex jumping right there, but still Panderic not yet advanced completely through sight. Now taking space, putting the bomb down. Furlex has been bested by Codex. Good time for him to step up for Panderic to keep this grand finals going just a little bit longer. 4v2 now, and obviously everything at this point is a must-win for Panderic, but if they're not winning a 4v2 here, they don't deserve any more chances going forward. Lukey in a 1v3 now, won't get much further than the first kill. Panderic, at the very least, get a third.
Better position, they move on site, they don't get distracted by the fact that they get a kill and potentially could rotate into B. The lurk from that B site that starts working into a flank from heaven gets respected. You see Crank is sent to deal with that. The kill comes through there from Crank in the background as well. It's good all-round play from Panderic, but this kind of textbook play is the sort that you look to the first 3 to 5 rounds of a map, not at the point where you need to be putting every round together back to back to back. It's a start, it's one foot in front of the other, and that's the way they've got to play so far. That shot nearly takes off the head of a crossing member from the Panderic squad, but B-site under assault.
Again, 3 defenders in the area as well. Furlex downrange, just waiting for a 4-head to move around that corner. And does see a teammate, but it's Lukey being dropped by Codex, who has come alive now. That's the assistance of that ace. Rapid chimes in. Panderic are singing a symphony of a comeback, but it's just the first few notes. They'll need more. And Goes is still standing. It's been a menace on Skybridge. 12 kills to his name. Top of the leaderboard alongside Lukey. But this should be Panderic getting another on the board and continuing to potentially march towards a comeback. But it is a long, strenuous one.
Okay. Another one. Back to back. It's 2 in a row now. Panderic closed the gap to 4. How much more weird have you got to throw at it before Sicario were able to keep pace again there? You saw Furlex had adjusted to that cross from lane 1 and almost managed to find the pick onto that ace, but the cross from both teams with the members as they battled in pairs did not work out in their favor. Actually, Codex that puts the shotgun to work first, which allows the space for that ace to then reswing to find his match. Doesn't surprise me we're going B again. Doesn't surprise me Sicario pushing up more aggressive, nor that ace has got the head of Kiyoshima, where that aggressive red position normally plays into. That is a favourable angle for the Balti.
Another one. Codex will find a kill on Lukey and goes is caught between a rock and a hard place, but just break the rock apart. The hard place on site moving towards him. Codex has been a menace the last couple of rounds and will continue his rampage. But that ace is dropped by utility. Zaki takes him out with a grenade, and now the bomb's been dropped, which isn't a massive factor. Picking it up is a bit of a labored task, but it should be covered up, and Rapid does have it. Codex up front, moving in, looking to take next contact, but Pandaric are playing with time here, playing with information, and it's causing maybe a bit of uncertainty now as Zaki retreats from B and starts to head back up towards the A site.
To be honest with you, I actually like this. The Sicario members were in a tough spot. Zaki with the MP7 and the bottom of blue ramp puts himself in the worst position for his kit. That range really does make that MP7 fall off. Felix on the TRG obviously would be much better there. So instead, they're splitting their defense to two sites. They're saying, we're going to anchor from B con to B. We're going to send for information to A with that CQB class that's quick, that's agile and able to move. And if not, then we're going to retake. So the bomb gets planted on B. You see Zaki trying to push and work his way into Maze, where that CQB weaponry will work better than the machine gun. Very quick. Into the shotgun. And the second comes down. Felix gets caught out by the shotgun, but Zaki does manage to take out the member for the trade. 2v1. 30 on the clock.
And Zaki with about as much health as there are Pandaric players remaining. That is a low health bar and several blackened limbs, as well as the torso, and he's healing up a little bit, but still, this is near impossible. A situation that does not favor Zaki, and he'll give it a go now, but Rapid killing time right now, working around these corners, and he will get credit for that final kill. Pandaric make it 3 in a row.
Do you believe in miracles?
I don't know if I believe in this one.
I'm not sure yet. I'm not convinced yet. It's been 3 good rounds. It has. But I mean, we're going to overtime, and they've got to be able to find a way through one of the 2 rounds that Sicario put in overtime. If we're even to get there, Sicario still have 3 more chances to get this over the line.
It's a tall order, even for a team like Pandaric, and that's just the first map that they need to win out of 3 that they would still have to get through. But here we go again. Sicario with another opportunity. And this time they have their reinforcements behind the A sites. And that is the correct call. A little bit of action heard, and that calls for all 5 members on both teams in a standoff right now on either side of A. What could be a fitting end to a grand finals that has delivered. And on Skybridge, A is the site you typically fight over. We move back to that theater of war, with all 5 on both sides still standing until Bakizi draws first blood. Bakio trades goes out, 4v4.
Bomb is down. First person in onto site is the one that's carrying the package, and that's the one that gets taken out. Rapid finds one back onto Furlex as trades go back and forth and back again. Rapid comfortably blind. You can tell by that positioning. He's going to try and kite away to some safety. So watch the back of KFC in the meanwhile, while someone else pushes up the site. Lukey's in the position to be able to take out 2 disgusting kills. The transfer and the snap to KFC is out of this world.
Zaki's thinking about it. Looking at Lukey, thinking maybe he's too big a threat for both teams, as Lukey has had a massive sky bridge, but Zaki will keep him standing, watching that corner. And now listening intently as Pandaric begin to re-engage the A sites. Downrange, Kiyoshima sending spam in their direction, but it's Lukey again. 3 kills strong. It's just Crank now, and he will sit Lukey down out of the equation, but there is no time for Pandaric. Sicario wins 6 maps in a row to claim Hunt Premier's Pinnacle Championship. They are the Season 2 champions.
No more return of the champs. Pandaric have to take a step down and take that 2nd place spot. First time for Pinnacle history. We have a new champion, and it's Sicario. offer the performance across the board, multiple members in different bits and bobs today, and throughout their tournament performance. Verlex, honestly, man of the series for this one, definitely goes to Verlex for this. In my eyes, it's without a shadow of a doubt a done deal. The marksman at the end of both maps on this map, both series on this map, sorry, to close it out was, I mean, it's just the flair to the end of the well-planned strategy. And you can see that Sicario were wanting both matches done in 3. They planned well. They executed better on the day.
101 kills for Furlex across 6 maps against the 2 other best teams in European Tarkov Arena. Yeah, I think you would give him man of the day, in all honesty. MVP of Grands and the lower bracket finals as Furlex came alive. Someone made a comment about him having his monitor off on the first half of play today. And once that monitor went on, Furlex helped propel Sicario to a championship. But it was the entire team that contributed. Kio's calls were on point all day. Sicario in defense seemed impenetrable at times. In Bay 5, they employed guerrilla warfare like we've never seen in Arena, sprinkling players all throughout the map. You never knew where the next player was going to be on that Sicario side, and that sort of paranoia causes far too many problems in a team's camp to where they can't even focus on winning. They can't even focus on the next kill because they don't know where it's going. The next fight's going to come from.
It looked very much like a scenario of the floor is lava for the Sicario squad. Whenever they had a numbers advantage, it was don't take space unnecessarily, don't give isolated ones unnecessarily, don't fight for space or trade for kills if you have time in your favor. They made an exceptional job of going for the bomb down quickly in their first entry frags in the chaos. They made an even better job of keeping themselves with the better numbers after the dust had settled. And then they played the back ends of the rounds out better. For an overall performance, the Sicario team does take a 3-0, second 3-0 best of 5 series on the day to win out the Hunt Premier Pinnacle tournament after rising back up from that losers bracket grand final to meet Pandemic Apex. It was nothing short of clean, honestly, Mr. Bepic.
Deserving of first prize, bragging rights, and €5,000 for Sicario here. That's half of the prize pool for winning the entire tournament. And Pandemic Apex, 2,500 isn't a bad second place prize, but I know they wanted first. And those were good fights. I mean, all 9 6s in the grand finals, but Sicario just that little bit better. And what a run for them, playing all of the best teams and having to beat Outcasts twice, having to beat Pandemic Apex in a 3-0 sweep, and Ancestral isn't half bad either to start off your run with. So credit to Sicario. It's a gauntlet to win tournaments in Europe, and they certainly ran one to get back to the top.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, your 1, 2, 3, Pandemic Apex, Sicario, Outcast, EPA, and Spartans all find themselves actually as the top 4 selected teams out of this. Sicario take your number 1 spot as the Hunt Premier Pinnacle Season 2 champions. Pandemic Apex find themselves in second, with the Outcast.EPA squad in third, and the Spartans following close up, but not quite a podium position, just shy in that 4th place after their loss to the Outcasts 3-0 earlier on in that losers bracket, as well as competition put in fiercely from the start. We said goodbye to only 4 frags, Ancestral, Infernal Soldiers earlier on in the tournament, but out of all 8 teams that turned up, we were only ever going to crown 1 champion. And though many fell along the way, Sicario did not this time, which is a new tune to the tale after recent enterprises. So a very delightful return to success for the Sicario squad. We'll see them crowned Pinnacle champion.
And now they've won both Hunt Premier League and Pinnacle as well, which they join Pandemic Apex in that company to win both a league play competition and a double elim bracket competition, which is no easy feat swapping over formats like this, because in league play you got a little bit more wiggle room than you do in the format that Pinnacle gives you, where you really only can lose twice. And when best of ones are a factor as well, I mean, that can get dangerous if you're not locked in for that one map. But the top teams right now in Europe seemingly always are capable of beating those anyone below them. I mean, outside of Outcasts and Pandaric and Sicario, who always seem to trade wins at this point, it's a tight race for fourth place. But we know who the big three are, and Sicario are the big one this go round.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a successful tournament outing from probably all three of the top teams on the podium. I think all three would be very happy with their performance. And like you said, with them all trading wins and losses from each other now at the top tiers of the competitive scene, it really does lead to beg to ask the question, which one of the three teams is going to be the first one to knock off a CIS team for an ACS title in the future? Because that's the one that's eluded every one of the EU teams so far. We've got a couple now that have done the double. They've got themselves a league win and they've got themselves a double elim win. Quite seen any Swiss success from our teams here in EU just yet. So more fortune in the future potentially in the EU region. But in the meanwhile, the team's going to keep slugging it out month in, month out for tournament prizes, including today's prize pool, which is split a whole 10,000 euros going between the teams placing throughout the Pinnacle tournament. So congratulations, obviously, to Sicario at taking the first place portion of the prize and the pie there, the biggest piece of the pot, but money spread throughout the top positions.
That's the beauty of the burgeoning esport that is Tarkov Arena right now. The upgraded production from Hunt Premier's side, Battlestate Games making all of this possible with a phenomenal game and support on the esports side. And I mean, everyone watching right now, Twitch chat was a blast to watch, as always. The community here is so entertaining. And so I think that's a good kind of extra cherry on top compared when you get to the foundation of the competition that is quality right now in both the big regions. You know, in North America, they're gonna step up a bit eventually in international competition, perhaps. But I mean, European CIS Arena right now is fun to watch.
Absolutely, and it wouldn't be something that was possible without all of the amazing help that goes on in the background. So it's time to take our moment to take a second to say thank you. A very deserved one, so as well. Lots of hard work goes into not only those replay cameras that create you those instant highlight replay sections that we get to see, but as well as that, organizing the teams, spreadsheet work in the background that can be both tedious and boring in both equal amounts, okay? But these guys still grind through it to make sure the production brought to you guys is tip top in performance and in quality. So thank you goes out to not only those that are helping today, but also those that take part in any part of the organization. A list of a few names that are present at this moment in time: Klish, I'm Dan M, Preppy, Schmitty, Sergeant Raging Snake, the big man Connor in the booth kicking it with all the keys and the cool quirky little bits that we see from those transitions to all of the amazing audio work as well. Also a shout out and a thank you to the big man in Filbo. Wouldn't be possible without the main man leading the flagship himself, and a big love heart and a thank you to our partners in Battlestate Games, always helping and supporting, being able to bring this amazing production to you guys in the chat, who I cannot stop and will not stop raving about. All right, you guys make it what it is. Without the people here sitting and watching and enjoying this entertainment, I'd be a bold flashbang man. That's it. I'd just be a free flashbang. There'd be no point in having us here. All right. Without you guys in the chat, we wouldn't have great jokes about Bepic being my younger brother. Without you guys in the chat, Hort's mustache would not be legendary. Okay. So a thank you to every single one of you that comes out on the day to show us your support, and for all the players on the pitch, the guys that work in the background, the support staff, the coaches, the teams, and everything that goes into organizing them as well. Thank you. We appreciate every single one of you. And of course, my more youthful looking and more blessed with hair brethren inside of the casting booth. Mr. Bepic, it's always a pleasure to step into the booth with you. It's great to have you back after a short intermission, but we would never be seen with a Tarkov final without you.
Pleasure's all mine, Cracked. I appreciate everyone in the scene right now for making this a fun place to do some commentary and watch some esports. So I think it's time we say our final goodbye to Hunt Premier's Pinnacle Season 2. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you next time.